Shepard's down there with him.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
discussing some of the new additions that Bort's put in. From what I understand, some of those mods are what he's actually written.
Yeah, and some of them have been rejected in the past.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, that'd be nice. Trackball mounts. I haven't had one of those in a long time.
Ooh, I hate them.
See, I used to use a trackball mouse for when I was um, flying because I could use it to zoom in and put crosshairs on target that I had to drop a bomb on or something. I mean, I was pretty ambidextrous with using different mice and stuff. I give you, you want to laugh. In high school, we were mainly like a bunch of small communities, a lot of farmland in there. Um, our junior year, we were playing boys versus girls softball, and the girls just got slaughtered. Well, the following, towards the end of the year, they made it where all the guys had to bat at opposite their normal batting. So over the summer, once a week, all the guys would meet and practice batting opposite what we normally did. Come the next year, it didn't matter. We were hitting balls 400, between 350 and 450, 500 feet across the practice baseball field into the woods behind it.
Yeah, I used to play. I used to play a lot of cricket, but I'm left-handed. But I always used to bat right-handed. It's weird. I never felt comfortable doing it left-handed, even though I started that way. But it's same with guitars. I started playing left-hand, and then it didn't work out. So I'm sort of a lefter.
Oh, jeez. No, I cannot
let,
play guitar left-handed for anything.
let's look at some of the one of the most famous guitarists. He was
Hendrix.
what? Yeah,
Jimmy, yeah.
he played a right-handed guitar, left-handed.
Yeah, just swap the strings around, which is interesting because it changes all the tone.
Yeah.
Because on the Stratocaster, the pickups are angled, so
Yep.
if you change the strings around, it gives a complete different tone.
You got a guitar? Hillside? Hellcat? I don't know why I always call you Hillside, for Christ's sake.
I have got what? 1, 2, 3, 4 electrics and 3 basses
Oh, nice.
and 3 acoustics.
I keep saying I need to
Nice. I
pick
only
up the
got
guitar again.
I only got one electric and one acoustic. I got a custom Les Paul, and uh, it's a Gibson Jumbo CE.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, one of those. A beautiful acoustic.
Well, I've got let's see, I've got a Squier Stratocaster. This is a modern purchase. It
Yeah.
was last year. Oh, I've got I've got a Strat acoustic, which looks like a Strat, but it's an acoustic. That's quite fun.
Oh wow, that sounds cool.
It's not as loud. A lot of people don't like them because they're quite quiet. But for me, that's perfect.
Yeah.
And electric. I've got the Squier Strat. I've got an Ibanez Geo. When I want those big meaty pickups.
Yeah.
I recently bought an Ibanez bass because I wanted a slim neck, but my little pride and joy is I have got a 1978 Fender P bass.
Oh, very nice.
I bought it back in the early 80s, so Yeah. It wasn't as expensive as it would be now.
Oh, it kills me to think of all the guitars I had when I was like a teenager and
Oh,
stuff.
same here.
I have what they're worth now and what I paid for them back then. I had a. Did you ever see the Lucy? It's the Lucite guitar, totally clear.
Seen a couple, but I don't know them by name.
Yeah, they call it the Lucy. It's a Lucite guitar. It weighed a friggin' ton. I took it and I bought it and I had it for like a week. It was so damn heavy I couldn't. There was nothing I could do. It was killing my back.
It's like that.
And I'm 16.
Is it a Dobro? It's the it's made of like stainless steel or something. It's one that I forgot his bloody name. Dire Straits. Him.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
I can't think of his fucking name. Mark Knopfler. That's it.
Mark Knopfler, yeah. But I took that and I brought it in and I traded it in for a Les Paul.
I think everybody's done stuff like that. You know, your early guitars, you don't consider them as potential classics.
No, not at all. They're the beaters that you learned on.
Yeah, that's right.
My first, I ended up destroying after I broke my thumb. I broke my thumb on my right hand, and when I finally was able to go back to playing, I couldn't strum worth a shit.
Mm.
And I was like, damn, you know. And it just pissed me off to such a point that I destroyed the guitar.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm looking to get another guitar now. I'm probably going to end up getting a Strat.
I find it very versatile, actually. The Strat.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially I love playing blues, so that's that there's no guitar that beats a Strat for blues.
No, I mean my I'd say I've got an Ibanez Geo that's got like double humbuckers and
Yeah.
that, but the output it's so hot, and I've got this it's a Carl Martin Plexitone pedal. It basically does the same sort of overdrive as a Marshall amp gives you, but it's because it. Oop, we're all down.
Hi, boys.
Hello.
Hey, Jess.
Hello.
I didn't do it.
Yeah,
What's going on there?
my neighbors love me because I'm running my guitar out of a Marshall half stack in my 2-3 room apartment. So
Hey,
when I play music, everybody listens to my music.
Yeah, I was saying,
You're trying to exterminate the rats by vibration, then? Does it work on cockroaches too?
I wish.
Guns, I just sent you something.
Ooh,
That
that's tantalizing.
That might help you with your comms.
Oh hell no, I couldn't use that. If it's got more than 2 buttons on it, I want
like
nothing
a
to do with it.
service we go put down here?
We can put you back up there if you want to be up there too long
Yeah,
by
I
yourself.
know.
We just felt like a hijacking.
All right.
I didn't come down here originally when I came in because I was like, ooh, this might be a discussion that I'm not supposed to be in.
Yes,
We have the staff channels for that.
Yeah, we got rooms where you have no access to if we need to.
we were just being polite.
Yeah,
would be a
staying
first.
away.
I no doubt.
That's impolite.
You should see that if Jess is down here, you're fine to come down here unless it's really bad in a different room.
I got kidnapped.
There's
Yeah,
a password to
Curly's
the
here.
channel further down, so.
Someone drag Curly down here. Here we go.
Hi, Curly.
Hey, Chef, did you see my request?
Hello, everybody.
I have seen.
Hey, Curly.
So, how is everyone tonight?
Good.
Doing good.
Excellent.
You haven't been on yesterday when Lartmel pulled us. get that Lord Mill mod list downloaded because there are quite a lot of new
Yeah,
mods.
took me 10 minutes to download that lot.
Yeah, I'm done already.
Yeah, I've got
Ooh,
them.
Show off.
It only took me 2.
Yeah, well, we don't have fiber broadband here.
I'm not on fiber yet.
Me neither.
I don't think I'm on fiber.
Yeah, you probably had more of the maps already than I did. I had about 14 things to download all in all, and half of it was maps.
I also had like 11 or something.
Wait.
I'm trying to find something like similar to what I sent Guns for Hellcat.
Yeah, there's no way I could use that. Like I said, if a mouse has got more than 2 buttons, I want nothing to do with it.
For Christ's sake,
You mean 2
Guns,
on the side?
Yeah,
Me
2
too.
on the side. That's it.
You fly with joysticks and they got 20 some buttons on it.
Yeah, but that's different.
Not really. You just got to put your mind to it.
I just
You-
use the Xbox controller for flying.
What?
Yeah, I use my Xbox controller for flight.
Yeah, no, I didn't understand you, but I'm like, what? You crazy person.
I found it. Ooh, boy, is it expensive.
What's that?
I'm not going to recommend that for. I found a left-handed one. It's very similar. It's got the additional keys
Yeah.
for Hellcat, but it's not a wireless one. It's got 12 programmable thumb buttons, but no, I'm not. They want almost $150 for it.
Yeah. I mean, the
Why
one
would
I've
you
got-
want a wireless anyway?
No, mine's wired.
True that.
Well, this one's a wired one, but not that. That's too expensive.
Yeah,
I
this
mean-
one, it's got 2 buttons each side. So, and they're all, I find that's enough.
I mean, the
Trouble
one I'm
is
using.
with tingly fingers, you can't feel where the buttons are.
Exactly.
Oh, I understand that. The nerve damage in my neck screws up my hand sometimes, and I'll key up accidentally. Sometimes my thumb will just lock on it. It's
Oh.
usually when Guns is telling me, "Hey, I can hear everything behind you."
Right, I'm going to go and refresh my coffee before we start.
I'm
Can't
glad I'm
be
not the only
training
one who's
coffee.
drinking coffee at this time of night. I was being mocked for it.
I drink coffee anytime.
I used to drink coffee when I was going to sleep. Help me relax.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, coffee in bed. Been doing that all my life.
I've drank it from breakfast to dinner to sound asleep. I've even drank it in my sleep. At least that's what the fire chief told me.
So someone once told me a story of a teacher who at the first school they ever taught at, and he'd obviously been in the war, and every lunchtime he would have a 20-minute sleep sitting bolt upright in a straight back wooden chair.
Sounds like me.
I was running a fire engine one night, and this day, from the time it started to this point, I hadn't made it back home from the first call to even grab a change of clothes. And I'll tell you, by the time the this structure fire came in, it took us an extraordinary amount of time to get things moving because people just could hardly move. They were so tired and exhausted. Well, I ended up running the engine because I was extremely good with hydraulics and could do calculations in my head faster than guys could with a calculator. And I fell asleep doing it, standing up and drinking coffee, evidently.
And how long did it take them to know this?
Fire chief figured it out after about the 7th time that I bounced from one position to another and back to the exact same position, probably the 7th time. And between getting told old and asked, to do things, I never moved.
Oh.
That's taking autopilot to a fairly impressive level.
It sounds like me when I'm driving long distances.
Hopefully you're not bouncing off the barriers, though.
Nope. The car drives perfectly smooth where it's supposed to be, but I can't remember a fucking kilometer of it afterwards.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
9 hours of straight driving without getting out of the car for 9 hours. And I can't remember a fucking kilometer of it afterwards.
When I was working third shift, I get off and you're talking, it's 5 o'clock in the morning, and I couldn't remember the hour it took me to get home. I just remember all of a sudden being stopped, looking at the side of my house, going, "What the hell? How did I get here?"
You have the certain places you remember you pass by every single day, and sometimes I can't remember actually have passed those places that day.
I think it's a server shop. I think that's what it's got to be on.
Who knows?
We tried it with me just using it on training server, and nobody could see or hear me using it. So,
And it's server side. Yay.
I think it's one of those ones you just had to add it to server. Might not have to be everyone has to have it, but not 100%.
Yeah, might be.
just something we'll have to test.
Just waiting for Lockmail to say we can jump on the server.
Is he on it?
He's not on the server, but he has been responding to me in Discord.
Says he's in Arma, so let's see here.
Yep. He's just moving some files from from his mission over to my file, and we're good to go. Testing multiple things during the evening.
Oh, I've given him hell until I'm wake up.
You jumping on with the ship, or are you going to get some well-deserved rest?
It's not even 8 p.m. yet, and I have had 12 hours of sleep since yesterday.
Jesus,
I didn't think you were allowed that much sleep.
Off? Did you get the whole weekend off?
Weekend off? Go fuck yourself. I went to bed around 1 a.m. this morning.
Yep, you did, because of the time I sent you the stuff last night, yeah.
I think that was the time. Then
When
I told myself to go to sleep, and I was gone.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I can put my head down, tell myself to close my eyes, and that's it.
I don't even need to tell myself to put my head down. I can tell myself to go to sleep right now, and in 30 seconds or so, I'm going to be gone. Sitting upright in my office chair.
Kind of like Thursday's training.
Well, Thursday's training, I went to bed.
I think you dozed off a couple times beforehand.
No, I didn't. I just got bored. When I get bored, I get tired, and then...
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, Dav. We've already talked about that.
Well,
He's enough to bore statues sometimes.
Well, when he's talking about topics I have done for many hundreds of hours, and when you're already tired, the interest just ain't there. And should you prioritize, try to get involved in what is happening, or should you go to bed? And I went to bed.
I know sometimes
That was some nifty shooting all around him, though. Just needed to be a little bit. No.
What are you talking about? That was perfect. If he'd have been a little bit closer, he probably would have done what Ned's done and mag dumped him.
Does everybody see the mission server? I don't see
It's
it.
still down. It's still
It's
down.
not up yet.
Oh, okay.
What's going on with it then? Just wondering.
Say again?
What's going on with it then, actually?
The Lord Mill is putting the final touches to the file we're going to be playing on.
I thought we were practicing Gimpies tonight.
Multiple testing. Testings.
Well, testing what
Aspects.
needs for Gimpy. We are testing some stuff that needs for NAS, testing some stuff that's needed for me, and something that is needed for Lord Mill. So,
How many times do we get to shoot Nez in the process? That's the important thing.
I'm gonna go high.
how many rounds are you going to have in your mag? Whatever is-
That's if we give them weapons. That's I'm not debating they're going to be throwing rocks at the Chinook now.
Well, I could just promote her to Zeus and then
To
she
be
uses
fair,
lightning bolts.
To be fair, the rocks will probably do more damage than the N-Laws in armor.
Just remember to shoot the cockpit up. Don't worry about the pilot. We can deal without the pilot.
I mean,
I
you'll
thought you
then
wanted
also
to
have
keep the
to deal
sucker
with it.
alive.
I mean, you will also then have to deal without a helicopter.
That's
True
fine.
that.
We'll have a helicopter.
Because I'm gonna hardly be able to actually land the helicopter if you actually kill me.
I don't know. The helicopter might land without you. It's smarter than this pilot sometimes.
Well, it depends on how bad you want your engine.
No, you don't even need the engine. Just empty full mags into the cockpit. You destroy the instrument, and you take out the pilot, and then the chopper will decide on its own, and it will land.
I've been working about 3 hours on the 47 this morning. Space came in for about an hour and a half, and we practiced what to shoot, where to shoot, that sort of thing.
I'm thinking if I can take the engine out pretty easily.
Yeah, I've been indeed doing a bit of testing with space, and you can take out the engine. It's difficult to land with the rear engine gone, but it is possible.
That sounds a bit risky.
That area and high speed.
Well,
yeah,
we'll
it's
listen to
slow
what the
speed.
testers had to say on the issue.
Yeah.
Well, Ned said the pilot was the thing we had to save, so.
Nah, it's more about the cargo. The pilot is oh yeah, if he survives, just capture him.
You do want to survive this encounter, right, Twan?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Maybe.
Spend the rest of the mission tied up in the back of the Jeep.
And now we've already talked about that.
Spoiling our fun there.
That's when I used the hostages in Zeus to play up for.
I'm not gonna actually talk about it, but
We don't. It's
there's
all right. We don't expect you to. We're just teasing. See, this is the point at which you can make up all kinds of insane stuff, and nobody knows whether you're telling the truth or not.
Yeah, I figured about
Well,
6
that's
rounds
too
of 50
late.
ought to take the engine right out.
I mean, now it's too late to start making up insane stuff. Because now you've already mentioned it, I guess.
It's never too late to start making up insane stuff.
What do you think, Guns? About 6 rounds of 50 into each engine ought to take them out?
I mean, that will surely make it crash.
Yeah, that would definitely bring it down. Don't think anybody's going to survive it.
Yeah, because kind of the point is to hopefully take it down without it crashing and burning.
We do want the cargo out this stuff, Sledge. We don't want to just turn everything into a flaming ruin.
Yeah,
Well,
and unless
It
they're
would
like
turn into a
flying.
flaming ruin, but the engine itself would definitely be losing power quickly.
When we get on, Space and I will discuss our findings and where to shoot it and how to shoot it and how to not drop it and make it blow up.
Let's listen to the expert, kids.
So, main road, well, one of the rotors would be another good option. Is it
No, it's
become-
not.
become quite unstable, though.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. We don't want it to become unstable.
You
We
do
want
want
it to land, not crash.
I mean, you will need to cause it to some instability to actually force me to land, but it will also just be like, oh yeah, if it's hardly flyable, then just land it on the spot. So you don't need to completely force it to land, as long as I would say, yeah, I can't continue like this, then I'm gonna land. And then you just gotta make sure that it's not too damaged that I just crash and burn. So there's a balance in there.
It's a thin line that I'm sure Kelso's going to tell us what they found.
Yeah.
And that's what I discussed with Ned. I said, that's going to be a thin line because
It's
you know,
supposed to be
it-
difficult.
bringing it down and not destroying it.
Well, you can look in the voting for the people who actually voted for this.
Yeah,
And
I
you
know.
can blame them.
It was never supposed to be a serious option, as far as I understand it.
Yeah. Gimpy literally said,
Hey, Space.
Hey,
Hello.
Space.
Hey, Space.
Yeah, where is Gimpy? It's his exploration we're doing here. He should be
Yeah.
here.
It's probably downloading the mod list.
He's doing something because it says he's in Armor 3.
It's gonna be late. You already told me.
Well, does that mean you get to make him wear a skirt tonight? Not his Granny Rainbow outfit? You know, I'd say, hey, women always make you late, but from my experience, even my father could make you 2 hours late.
Careful, darling, you have a woman present.
Yes. But my father was worse than any woman I married or dated. He was late to my wedding by over an hour.
The first or the second one?
First one. Second one, he still hasn't made it. Oh, wait a minute. He died before I got married the second time. Yeah, Shep. Otherwise, he'd probably speak to you in Norwegian.
There is that though.
He never did teach me, but I caught him a couple of times speaking to other people in Norwegian.
Yay.
All right, mission server's up.
Not the file I intended, but that's best thing.
Also a trusting password.
And I also have a special mission before the night is over for Kelso.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Indeed.
I'd run now if I were you, Kelso.
Oh,
Well, I hope his
Okay.
whole task is working.
I can take it. Everything works.
Yeah, I gotta get my rudders working yet. The next project.
Probably should give you guys an arsenal.
That's going to cause
That's
a
a
lot of
password.
curiosity. That's going to cause a lot of curiosity in Discord. That is.
A missing arsenal? Yeah, probably. Why can't I give you a ace arsenal? Oh.
If it's Lort Mill setup, it might be disabled.
It's not, it's my file.
Ooh, what's that? The Ace one? That's not the Ace one. That's the standard CH-47, ain't it?
What was the name of the rifles that we have in Game Peace campaign?
M21A.
Say again?
M21A.
Thanks.
CH-47. Hey, Nas.
Yes, Shepard.
Why is he using the vanilla one?
That's what he's using for his mission and campaign.
But
It's supposed
why
to be-
is he?
It's just how he has this in the future.
Yeah, it's near future, so he's using near future equipment.
Well, that one is not near future.
All right, what weapon are we taking?
The M21A.
Apparently, my guy is out of breath and I only moved 6 meters.
Yeah, same with
Yeah,
mine. He's breathing heavy.
I think one of the mobs
Yeah, you
mess
can
with a
turn
few
it off.
noises. I think one of the mobs which we got thrown in messed with this.
Yeah, it's the SFX mod. You can turn it off in config.
Where did I go for that one?
Configure.
Yeah, if you go
add-ons.
into add-ons,
It's kind of funny though because if somebody goes down, they make a noise when they
and
go
then
down.
right down near the bottom, you've got where is it?
There we go. SFX
Project
Remastered.
SFX Remastered.
Yeah, I've
And-
turned that thing off. It's
Yeah,
scary.
and then you look for the enable player breathing sounds and disable it.
I turn most of that stuff off. It's just unnerving.
Yeah,
Actually, when you went down, it wasn't that bad. But when was it? Nez went down. Holy hell!
you get the squishy sounds. Yeah,
Yeah, I might delete it full
No.
stop.
It was the screen that I think got just the most. Remember, we don't have hardly any AT in.
Well, and alls. That's about it.
Well, I'd rather have the M72 than
Are
that.
we doing any night stuff?
Don't think so.
Not until
Oh,
some
not that I
fun
know
later
of.
on, at least.
As long as I know.
While you guys are doing your guys' training, I'm going to put together
Yes.
some fun
Ooh.
with the mission objective in mind.
So yeah, he says when I'm flying tonight.
Just to integrate it into something.
Are we supposed to be taking any particular weapon?
So he want to embarrass himself.
yeah, the M21A.
That you
Nez, could you remind me which mine tech I'm supposed to be using?
Any particular one?
I don't
Hey,
know if you
Ness.
use the
Like-
one in the pistol.
Like, yeah, I know, but there's an
I
Ace
don't
one
know.
and a different one.
I don't know which one it is. He never said.
And that's
Yes,
You know,
Shepard.
I'm not even carrying
will
it
be
down.
on 50.
Yeah, I'm on 50.
Any particular version of the M21A?
No, just the plain vanilla, the first one.
Yeah, we don't have any sites we're allowed for it yet.
Oh, no sights.
We gotta use the iron sights.
Sites is exactly what we're securing Tuesday.
We're hoping.
Hoping it.
And me without my metas.
Oh. Poor Jess.
Shit, I'd be.
That
I'd
was
be
a
happy.
load of fun on Sunday night. That was.
Yeah.
I'd be happy with M72A or 7. That is what I used on 2 of those BTRs yesterday.
What's the best optic for this one? I forgot.
We have no optics for 'em right now.
We
for
got
the
no
M21As.
Oh, no
yeah.
optics.
Yeah,
Nope.
Showing.
we're iron sight.
Iron sight.
Well, for the mission.
Yeah. If for the mission. Yeah. Okay.
Like, you could grab sights if you want, but you won't have those during the mission.
Yeah.
Well, avionics should be what? Center part of the cockpit, I would think.
You know that it's supposed to actually land instead of crash?
If you shoot
Well,
at the
that's-
avionics, you can't go
That's
up
why
the
we're.
mountainside.
Yeah. That's why
That's how you're
we're.
going to tell the terrain. How you going to tell the terrain your current position if you're on course? The fact we're in the future, or how you're going to communicate with the base you're landing at, so they don't shoot you down. All your electronics and everything's going to be fried.
Oh, good. I already got it.
Nez, would you like me on 7.5 or 5.0?
Yeah, 5-0's fine.
So, Space, where do I have to
Shepard.
shoot search one?
No.
Say again?
Were you
Where do I have
keyed
to shoot
5-0?
Airton? Bring the
You're gonna
aircraft
be
down.
shooting Kelso actually.
I'm not going to shoot Kelso. Might take his avionics off, but I'm not going to shoot him.
Yeah, that was me, Nez. Just Jessica. Sorry.
No, I'm suggesting about the fastest way to take it out would be about 6 rounds in the 2 engines.
Yes.
But
That's
then-
conclusions of testing of this afternoon with Kelso.
But then it would also be coming down pretty quickly.
Not if we only shoot the engines in the back and not the front one.
Okay.
For some reason, the front one just sustains everything as long as it's there.
Okay. But I don't think I'll have a 50 to shoot at, so.
No, that's probably the Spaces. Or whatever he puts on it.
Yeah, I'll need someone who will be there for sure on Tuesday.
Well, I'll be there Tuesday.
Same for me.
Well, Katwan, you're going to be there because you're the one flying.
No, I just handed that off to Kelso.
Does Gimpy know?
Not yet.
I wouldn't do that until you talk to Gimpy about it, because everything's been on you.
Yeah. I
There's
was hoping he
Stanford,
would
man.
at some point show up, but
He's-
might have needs
He's running late.
throw him a message.
He's running late. And I know the other CH-47, you only have the 2 engines in the rear, so if you take those out, then you got a massive issue.
Don't know. A C-47 actually landed in the middle of in Iraq, Afghanistan, actually, with a busted rotor blade. So
And busted rotor blade and two heavily damaged engines, if I remember right.
one engine gone, busted rotor, and a structural issue.
Didn't it get hit? Or did it get hit
Nope.
by an RPG or?
Nope, it was his cargo swan bounced up and hit it.
Oh, okay.
But since the pilot didn't want to stop and just kept on going, it was what saved its chopper, and they dropped the cargo and then landed quickly, and it was what saved their aircraft and the crew.
Has Gippy assigned Cert 1 as the pilot for Tuesday?
That's who it was originally that said he would fly it, and that's as far as I was aware. As of this morning, that was the person who was flying it.
Well, then he should fly it today.
I just messaged Gimpy because I'm perfectly fine with you taking over that role, so I'm just checking with him.
You don't have to check with him. If he said this morning that he picked you to fly it, then you'll be flying today.
Alright.
Yeah, I messaged the Gimpy. Let's see what he replies.
So how do I turn off this breathing again?
Configure.
Configure, and then it's all the way at the bottom.
Configure add-on options to go to your drop-down menu to the SFX mod. Then you find it. You can disable almost all of it.
I shut off.
Oh, okay, thank you.
But I've got everything else on.
Yeah, I've turned everything off.
It's all client-side settings, so you can just turn what you don't want on. There are some interesting ones, like inventory making noises when you're in your inventory. It makes you sound like you're going through your bags and stuff. It's pretty. There are some that are pretty interesting, but there's a lot that are just not needed.
Yeah, I've heard a few of them, but
some are downright disturbing.
That's me going into my inventory. You just heard the zip.
yeah, I've heard those. It's just that the breathing is annoying.
Yeah, I shut the breathing off.
The zip's always been there through ACE and CBA stuff. It's just the when you're actually in your inventory, you hear yourself rattling like you would in a bag with stuff in it. You hear all that stuff in the bag rattling. That's what makes it sound.
And you should hear. You should hear that when you get shot in the head and it actually kills you. It's an audible ping.
Just trying to find a good flight area to fly.
Gippy says since you've been briefed in detail in advance, you'll be the pilot.
Alright.
Exactly.
So I guess Kelso, you can still be co-pilot of Cert 1 or something like that.
That's fine.
If they manage to shoot me in the head, Kelso can take over or something.
Remember, you have to unlock the controls.
Yeah, that's but
otherwise, Kelso's just in for a ride.
I definitely feel definitely something.
Not that low altitude you can fly.
They're going low and slow, so we're probably seconds from impact if I go out. Especially if the electrical damage, but we'll see.
Just remember, Kelso, if he stops talking, he's out. He's pretty good about keeping the constant flow of birds coming out.
Takes one to know one, Sledge.
Yep.
Bazinga.
I watched Guns' video of Friday's mission. I don't think I've ever heard you so quiet. Or not heard you so much.
I have to tell you, depends on my mood. If I'm in all business mood, you don't hardly hear me.
Yeah, but if you don't respond to your med checks, you don't get fixed.
Well, that's what I need to be checked by med.
Yeah. Because if someone's not responding, it means that they're
You're
taking
dead.
I'm down.
a dirt nap.
It's usually when I was medic, you would usually hear at some point when somebody wasn't responding, "Is anybody seeing so and so?" And all of a sudden you'd hear somebody. They go, "I found him. He's down." I ran up on Hellcat one day, Gan. I think about 4 or 5 guys that were all down because they walked right in front of a tank.
Surprised I didn't kill the tank.
Okay, Nez, this command where you can stop the breathing is where?
They tried. I tried.
Configure, go to escape configure, add on options, the drop down menu, scroll down till you see what it says SFX. Then you click on that and it's all those options. You could just deactivate them all if you want.
The tank finally fled the scene.
Or the long way around. Stop
Remember that, Cam?
Marble, load the mod and start back in again.
Hey, man.
You remember that mission that half you guys went down in like 90 seconds right in front of a tank?
Yeah.
So how's life in Florida today, Guns?
Actually, it's raining.
That's unusual.
No, it's not.
True.
I remember because
It's been about
I think it
5
was
years since I've
Nez
been there
called for
now,
us
or is
to
it
check,
6?
see if you
Possibly
guys
6.
are all right because they couldn't get
Yeah,
anybody
no,
in
it's
contact
just
with
starting
us.
to get
coming
to the
around the
point where it's
corner.
really going to
My
start
Hellcat
raining
down,
hard
you
next
down.
month.
2 other guys. I think I tripped over Gimpy.
So it's about 6 years
Go on.
ago that I'd be gearing up for our trip over there. We had a lovely 10 days.
Yeah,
Swan.
bad.
Yes.
Look at the map real quick. Put
Yes,
a black
I see
line.
line.
Based on what I was looking through at Zeus, that's going to be the closest scenario for close to what the terrain will be like Tuesday. Not exact because it's not going to be, but it'll give us a chance that you're going to have to come up in elevation. So
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, when I call you, you just fly the black line. We'll get everyone in position to ambush you and watch you crash and die.
Over and over.
He's so encouraging, isn't he?
Yeah. He always is.
Just gives you the warm and fuzzies, doesn't it?
That would be the aviation fuel exploding.
Ah,
Just in case you do crash and you have to do it again, I put down another one. Let me put down a third because I have a tendency we might just shoot you up. Get our frustration out of the aircraft. But you have 3.
Maybe we need to include a medic in the rescue party.
Someone should be a medic already. But you guarantee he'd probably die on impact. If that.
I am a medic.
Good.
Oh, I'm in as a medic. That's kind of what I
Alright.
do.
I am
Everyone's
too.
got basically the M21A
Jim.
rifle.
Dan will probably be in the rescue party.
Except
too.
Yeah, we know what
hot-
training's like, don't we, Curly?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
You
Yes.
be able to patch up
can you
quick.
pick
Mhm.
M21A rifle?
I
Who's
don't even know
got
what
who's
we
got the
have
50 cal?
LMGs. I'll drop one at the ambush point for you with a limited ammo because that's what we have, limited ammo.
M21A?
Yes.
M21A.
That tower defense was fun the other night, wasn't it, Curly?
Mm-hmm. Was.
Charlie's got PTSD from it.
Anyone who's played with you long enough has got PTSD, matey.
Yeah.
But it makes you guys quicker, react faster, so it makes it good.
4 years in the service, never once had PTSD. 1 day of training with Nez, I had it.
It sure wasn't helping much. I mean, you, me, and Hellcat, every time we turned around, we're shooting guys coming up the top of the ladder.
What's that, Gan? Yes, you said
Danny
something.
had 30 runes in it.
Yeah, you take a lot of ammo if you want.
You can drop us an arsenal out there if we need it, can't you?
Yes, I can.
Test a few
All
different things.
All right, folks. Hellcat.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Alrighty. We're going to prepare for Tuesday where we're supposed to be ambushing a Chinook. We're going to try securing some nice artifacts from it. Yeah, odds are, we'll see how we ambush it, take it out without destroying the aircraft entirely. You know, if the pilot survives, well, that's a bonus. If the pilot doesn't survive, no hard feelings.
Is the pilot
Sorry,
on land?
Twan.
Nice knowing
If
you, mate.
we damage it enough, Dan, the pilot should be forced to land. And it's not an AI pilot, it is Twan. So don't try to go for headshots just because you feel like it, because we do want to try to make the aircraft land. We do want the nice cargo in it. But if he dies because the aircraft crashes hard, you know, well, it's just, he signed up to fly.
Copy that.
I'm
We
sure
have-
it's got autopilot too. Don't need a pilot.
Yeah, no headshots. You're taking all the fun out of this.
I know, because I would suggest shoot the front part of the cockpit up. It would shoot out his avionics, and that would force anyone to want to land, because trying to go up a side of a mountain with no avionics is not a fun thing to do. But we'll hear from Space and Kelso on what they discovered as possible other options to destroy the aircraft and kill the pilot.
I mean,
Yes.
to save everything but the aircraft.
Yeah, so we've tested what could get a pilot to have to land quickly the helicopter. We've basically discovered that for the CH-47, there are two things that we want to avoid. Trying to get the fuel tanks to leak with these weapons just doesn't work. It's futile. And also shooting directly at the rotors, not the best idea, because if we don't take both rotors exactly at the same time, it will cause a tail rotor, it will cause a tail spin. And also, if we damage too much the rotors, they will stop spinning very, very quickly and result in a very bad crash. Better
Meteor
options,
inbound.
the instrument panel in front and hitting the motors, the engines in the back. So far, shooting the engines in the back has been extremely reliable. We can get the engines to be in the red without completely losing power. However, if we're shooting engines in the back and the engine in the front, then this will result in total loss of power. So I think what we should do is shoot the engines in the back, maybe take a few shots at the instrument panel, but I think the engines should be really what forces the pilot to immediately initiate a landing, because if they just are losing some of their instruments, unless they have no visibility, then they can still fly. So they will get away. But with the engine in red, you're just done. You have to land.
That'll be the
Kelso,
decision.
go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah. Even with both back engines shot, and the only thing that would really affect that would be 50 cals. 5.56 were not good enough to really damage the engine. If you shoot the back engines and the engine light goes red, the pilot's going to land anyway, and then you can save the pilot, save everything inside. That's about it.
Yeah,
Alright.
and regarding ammunition, 5.56 will definitely damage the engines. They will
Okay.
just not blow them up completely.
Key thing is if we get the box and the pilot sees the white box turn yellow or red, that will pretty much force him to come to a landing, because he's not going to want to try to continue on, because you want to land it as soon as possible, because if not, he is going to find out the fiery grave is not fun.
Just stick a dodgy curry in his rations. He'll have to land then.
Yeah, we're not using no AT sticks. The only AT-6 we have available are 2 in-laws, and they're not going to be utilized. Because that's just, well, if we really want to destroy the chopper, we'll just do that.
Yeah, that'll destroy the chopper and all the equipment inside.
Well,
So
that-
basically, focused fire on the rear engines.
Yep.
Yes.
Copy.
All right, we'll do a couple runs with it, and we'll utilize what we can. First run, we'll utilize the 5.56, not using the 50 cal. If it doesn't seem like it did anything to force them to land, we'll do a second run, and we'll utilize the 50 cal.
Copy
Sounds
that.
fair, Twan?
Sounds fair.
Alrighty. Well, I'll get the rest of us teleported to the pilots. Get yourself in a group. That way I don't move the wrong group. The rest of you get inside of a group. Space will take lead on this to make sure to get you guys in position to shoot, since he has an idea of the key locations. We'll get that sorted. Any last questions before you go and shoot down Twan?
Is he gonna be flying or is he gonna land or not?
He's gonna fly. There is a objective marker that is where he's trying to fly up to land. He's gonna follow the black line. We know his flight path. That is why we're gonna set up to hit him before he starts to increase to go up the hill to land. So that's why we're gonna hit him when he's slowing down. Utilizing the terrain as best I can for Tuesday's mission.
Copy that.
Primary objective: disable the chopper, make him land. We take him prisoner. We'll torture him later, and we'll get some nice goodies, hopefully. Alrighty, everyone's in a group. Good.
Remember, there's no waterboarding this time.
Can't promise that. I work for Google's on, so what can I say?
We'll deprogram him later.
Yeah.
That what hasn't worked yet.
Think I found your weapon space.
Alright, there's the arsenal. If you need to resupply yourself after the first test, don't touch the 50 cal. Get yourselves lined up along the path line that you think is going to be utilized, because as you can see, he has to climb a pretty good height.
Okay.
Let me know when you're in position, and then I will have them fly.
If he stays near that black line, the ambush point be better on the hill.
You want to get him before he starts to go up the hill.
I'm saying, yeah, right there by the east at the first point.
What
On the
comms
mark.
channel are we going to use?
100.
I'm on 5-0, so I can communicate with the pilots to let them know to take off and start flying.
Comm check 100.
Limit Charlie.
I'm saying right
Okay.
there, as in the red.
I've put 2 blue arrows on map.
I've marked the
I
arsenal on
think
the
we
map.
should use those.
Coordinate with Space. When Space says it's good to go, we'll get the pilot, because we are.
All right.
Go ahead, Hermes.
Which side do you want me to take, Space?
Roger, stand by. These guys are sorting themselves in position, and I'll let you know when to take off.
Did you say you
Let's
put
break-
markers on the map, chef?
Yes, let's just break down in 2 fire teams. So, Sledge, Guns, Gand, Blue. Hellcat, Chess. Am I missing Curly, Red?
Do both teams have a medic?
I have medical on
Yeah.
me, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gan's a medic.
Cool.
Well, hopefully, unless a helo lands on your head, it shouldn't be a problem.
True that.
Shouldn't, because I don't know how the respawn point's like.
It's Space how would me, Guns, and Gan take the one on the east side.
Sounds good. So this way you should probably see him coming. And we will be in position to shoot as soon as he's getting over the top.
Look at that game.
So you will probably be taking the first shots. And if it seems that it's not enough, we'll also open fire. Sounds good?
Okay. Yep. You all be capture team.
Ooh, our hero.
Yes, most likely
hero.
we'll do the capture.
All right, guns again.
Gimpy's coming in as well.
640
No,
meters that way.
that's Shepard in an A10. He's doing something. That's what you're hearing.
Well, we're
Hopefully
going.
not
It's
shooting
quite
us.
a walk to the one east. Nez,
Yeah.
could you get them a teleport
Who? Oh yeah, I can teleport. Give me a sec.
for guns,
Gimpy!
Gand, and sledge?
Arsenal, you want to get yourself the M21A?
Hello.
Wedge Hill? And who?
We're going to take the eastern blue marker.
Hey, Gimpy.
Cardinal direction for me is a lot harder to Zeus than it is on the ground. So
Mr.
That's
Brown.
the furthest point.
the one by Hill 121.
Obist.
Correct.
Yes.
All right, and who am I teleporting?
Guns, Gand, and sledge.
Okay.
You can fly right up through this valley here.
It's a beautiful view.
And red team, let's move out. Change the color of our point to red.
Makes it cover something to hide in, probably. Crap. I don't have a
There ain't nothing really around for cover.
shit. We can hide by these pretty pine trees. They never see us.
Blue team, let me know when you're set.
We think guns.
Yeah, this is about as good as we're gonna get, really.
I don't have an entrenching tool. Otherwise, I'd say, dig ourselves in.
I do. I have a trenching and fortified.
I got a fortified, but
Gan, you want to use the trees or you want to dig a bunker?
Whatever you want, man.
I can dig you one if you need it.
Oh no, I don't need it. It's just training, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, these trees should do fine.
Heads up, both teams. I have dropped an arsenal at both locations, so that way you don't have to run back. Space, just let me know
What height
which
is gonna be
team
at?
you want to have the 50 cal on the second run.
it's supposed to be low.
Copy.
What radio were you
Okay,
on?
I think we're all in place. Can send us up.
We're on 100, and I'm also on 65.
Roger that.
I'm so tempted to use a backpack radio I got.
That's what I'm using.
Is my primary because I am so sick and tired of this little one. I got it on 6.5. Probably need it on 50 though.
No, I think he's just talking to the pilots on 50.
I'm not hearing much of anything on it.
Yeah, I'm just on 65 and 100.
Yeah, I'm on 100 also. All right, got short range in my right ear now. It's that first ridge is going to make him go higher than we are at. So.
Well, if he sticks to the flight plan, he should be coming over the hills at 185, right around there.
Yeah. You mean 158?
No, 185. From my position, anyway.
Okay. Here he comes.
Blue team,
Right
be
here.
on the lookout. Hermes should be inbound anytime now.
Roger.
Roger, we have Hermes on here by now. Inbound.
Okay, they're at the first turn.
Copy.
When they get to the second turn, we should be seeing them not too long after that. All right, they're on the second leg.
By the way, if each of you dumps half a mag, that should already be enough. But we'll see.
Okay, here we go. He's too far.
Yeah, looks like he's going for landing.
Yeah, from where we were at, he was an awful far range.
So he was too high for you?
It wasn't too high. It was too far out from us.
Okay. Yeah, if you find a better spot, go for it.
It was about 400 meters. So he wants us to find another spot.
We're engaging him at the wrong place.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're too far out.
Not that. We should engage him when he's coming in to land, not when he's fucking flying past the land.
Yeah.
No, the problem is we're trying to capture him before he gets to where he wants to go to land.
Yeah,
That's
but even
right.
so, you've still got to slow
Guys,
down. before you get
effect
there.
as follows. 3 out of 4 of engine components were disabled. So that's exactly what we've tested this afternoon. Limited damage on rotor and transmission, and 20% damage on fuel tanks. So that's very good. We could also designate 1 or 2 people, very good shooters, to take a few shots at the instrument panel. But I think we should keep really aiming at the engines. It just works.
Yeah, I agree.
You got no choice with these guns.
Yeah.
Do you want us to stay where we are? You're going to bring another round?
I think they're going to bring another round in, but we're going to have to move closer to where the helicopter's at. So we're shooting way too far.
Well, right now we're twice as close as we were. But we need to...
I was thinking maybe those trees right there.
We'll try that.
Yeah.
That way he doesn't see us. And
I don't think we were spotted. We might have been, but I think they didn't see us.
Blue team, do you think you can take a good shot with a 50 cal?
yeah, we could easily take a good shot with a 50, but we're about 2 times or 3 times closer to their path than we were last time.
Okay, I'll give you the 50 cal then.
All right, I suck with a 50 cal. Who wants it?
I
Not
got it.
me.
Okay, you got
I'll
a
take the
sledge?
50. Yeah.
All right.
Hate to say it, but he's gonna lose his engine immediately.
Yeah, we are way closer this time. We should be able to get some decent shots.
Shit, with the 50, I could have hit it from where we were.
Oh, don't forget to reload.
No, it's only got 1 round in it. That's it.
Blue team, let me know when you're set with a 50 cal.
Yeah, we're setting.
Say again, did you say you're set?
Yeah,
Roger.
we're set.
Right.
Shit, I don't even think I need.
All right, Hermes is pulling up. I expect them in less than 5.
Yeah, I could have probably.
Roger.
I could probably shot it down with the M107 from here.
We don't have it though. The only other rifle is the M24 with a iron straight no sight. Using what we have available for mission.
I know.
I would have taken out with just a quick burst of a 240.
Okay, Hermes is airborne.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Later, Nez.
All right, he's on the first leg.
Yeah, I got. All I have in my ear right now is you and Shep. That damn A10.
He's not flying on the line right now, so he may be a little further. Well, no, he's getting close to it now. Coming to the first turn, second leg. He's on it.
A blue team on the gun. Just a few shots on the engines should be enough. You don't have to mag dump.
Copy that.
We should start hearing him soon.
I have him in my left ear. Okay, we got clears. Here, the aircraft coming in now. We can hear it.
Copy.
He's coming up to the second turn and the third leg.
Third turn is 500 meters southwest.
Right. Okay, he's at the second turn. He's on the third leg. Should be appearing any time now. And there he is. Eyes on.
He's landing. landing. I know the rear engines are out of that thing.
It's still
What?
landing. It's still flying. Oh no, he's doing now.
Well, we should expect them to land quite long, so we should have a party to recover them, like about 1 kilometer away.
Yeah, they landed quite a bit away. Not too far from the mark, though.
Standby for BDA.
I don't know how the hell he made it that damn far. 'Cause I know both those rear engines had to be gone.
And if you look at that map, he didn't land far from the marker.
No. That's a lot of wooded area too, so.
Yeah. Area that's tough to bring a helicopter down in.
Well, you kind of want that because you don't want QRF responding on you too quickly.
Yeah. Sounds like they just took care of Twan.
I think we did better the last time around. Oops, somebody shot him.
Alright, that was also good effect. A little less damage on the engine. Looks like there were a few more shots left and right, but it was also good effect.
And the instrument panel damage?
Yes, and the instrument panel was also hit.
Yeah, I was aiming specifically for that.
Blue team, how was it for you?
It was good for us. I thought for sure I'd done more damage on those engines though.
Yeah, that was much, much better. We were able to get a lot closer and get decent shots on them.
Our first time around, it was more spray and pray for us. That's how far away we were.
Alright. Well, we'll have one more round.
Let's see if I can move this damn thing, get a little more clear.
Alright, 50 cal is also reloaded, 100 rounds. Let me know when ready.
He's just repositioning the 50. We'll be ready in a second.
'50's ready.
Okay, I'll send them in.
Okay, Hermes is airborne.
Hey, guns.
Yeah.
Check this trench out.
Okay. Hermes is approaching the first turn, second leg. He's on the second leg.
Damn, he's moving kind of fast this time, eh?
Man, that shovel's loud.
See the size of his trench?
Yeah. All right, Hermes is halfway done with the second leg. He's approaching the second turn, third leg. We should start to be able to hear him real soon here.
I got ears on him already.
Okay, he's at the turn. He's on the third leg. Eyes on.
Hold fire, hold fire.
Uh-oh.
Run away!
I think he's
Nice.
landing on space. Space, did you
Drop
catch
it.
it?
Yeah, you got it. Probably damaged it a bit too much. I guess one of the rotors was damaged because it started spinning.
Oops. I did have 2 shots at the rotor.
Did he make it to the ground safely?
Yes, and we've captured them.
Nice. Shoot him once for me.
Medic.
What?
Medic.
Packing in 10 seconds.
Well. Someone
Okay,
wants
10
to execute.
seconds.
Someone wants to execute the pilot for me. That'd be very nice.
What would he do wrong? I thought
I'm
we'd
fixing him
capture
up.
him.
You're
No,
going
I'll
good
to
wait
job.
till
You
Jess
good,
finishes
Twam?
fixing him first.
Well, it's excellent. I thought he was going to land right on top of you guys.
That's what happens when you put the 50
nearly
in the
did.
right place.
Yep.
That's a mess.
Actually,
The,
I walked
the
in
bad
just-
part, the first time around when he came by, the very first part, we were 600 meters from him.
Yeah.
And the other 2 times we were within 200.
Well,
Every single window on this side is shot out.
it does that with the even as a whole damage. Even when you don't hit the windows, it's just part of the effects. But I would say that was an excellent done. Yeah, depending on the distance, small arms will do enough damage, but your iron sights against a moving target.
Also knows.
It still worked.
Did you repair me when you were during the second run?
No, that was the Shepard did was doing that. I didn't touch your aircraft until you landed.
Oh.
I was looking.
Yeah, he was not supposed to do that because.
No, he accidentally did it. He was just.
No, we were actually right in the middle of entering a spin, so that would have definitely been a crash.
No, I think I would have actually. I think it was just kicking out. I was actually out of control.
Yeah.
Well, I would just say from Zeus' perspective, I would, if the aircraft is enough away from you, probably let off on the weapons because, especially with the 50 cal, you're firing from quite a distance into the back. You just don't know where you might be actually end up hitting. That you just let the I would also suggest if you're going to split your squads like that, 2 different locations, put a line. If the chopper cross that line, one squad holds off, the other squad starts shooting because you just get that too many rounds, you're going to end up probably really crashing the chopper with everyone firing.
The first time with the 5.56s, was just engine damage. The last two was rotor damage, and we were definitely going down.
Yes,
Yeah, the
that's
first
what.
How bad was the rotor? Because I know at least 2 rounds hit the rotor from the
It,
50.
it
Oh,
was
yeah.
red, and we were going to die.
Yeah,
Well, we didn't.
that's the risk. That gun, it does damage the rotors. The 5.56, we tried to damage them this afternoon, didn't work. So I guess we need at least 7.62 to damage the rotors.
The way the rotors are built, the design of them, they're supposed to take at least a 50 cal or more to any major damage. 7.62 can
Oh, wait a minute.
cause the flight characteristics of it to be a little off, but not enough to fully bring down a chopper.
Well, I tested 7.62 on this model. It does
And it
bring
did?
it down. Catastrophic failure of the rotor.
I
Yeah,
still say
basically.
shoot the pilot. I still say go for the pilot.
Yeah,
Who cares
basically
what's
the
on
first
board?
one.
would.
Basically, on the first one, I could have continued on to the objective, but the engines were bad, so it probably called out a. Yeah, I would
That's a
land
bottle
in
it
such
and
a
put down
situation.
job, yeah.
Yeah, you're
So,
trying to
what do you
incline.
think? Should we go only small arms, or should we use the 50 as well?
Well, we'll
I
have
suggest-
more of us on
Well, I'd
Tuesday,
say-
hopefully. So small arms should do it.
Small arms only should be enough.
Based
Yeah,
on
so I
this,
would maybe have like a second line with the 50 cal if I somehow break through the first line.
Yeah, that's what I was about to suggest.
Yeah,
is
we'll I'd put the 50 at the second line, like where you were at. That way, with 5.56, we can take out the rear engines, and that puts it down. You don't need to destroy it with a 50.
Yep.
I mean,
Do we want to try it that way around?
I know that second
No, I
first.
think it's fine.
Fair enough.
I think it's conclusive enough.
I know that second window there, I had at least 2 rounds go through there.
So what do we do with these two prisoners then, eh?
execute them.
bye.
Yeah, I would suggest the 50 cal will be at the very end before they start to go uphill as a last resort, because that way you can put it up there, because they got to climb up. So if you start to damage their engine, the engine's not going to be producing enough power, so they're going to have to come down. So 50 cal should be the very, very last resort. Outside of that, put the in-laws right into the side of the chopper.
It's not a stop at all costs. It's if it flies off, it flies off. It's no real big deal.
Yeah, I think we're better off using the 50 cal as Overwatch for QRF maybe, or something like that.
Not a bad idea.
Based on the 3 runs, 5.56 is going to be best because all the pilot needs to see is damage on the engine. He's going to put it down, and you'll have the aircraft. The last 2 would have been death. With
Well,
the
I
50.
didn't die here.
Well, yeah.
Cargo.
Well, you're lucky.
I try not
you
to
landed.
shoot you.
Well, you're lucky to land near a spot where there were friendly forces that knew that you'd take you prisoner, where they can heal you and take you into custody. Because if not, you could have probably bled out.
I was actually fine, and I don't know if I'm actually going to have medical supplies, but...
A civilian with medical supplies? That's up to Gippy if he wants to give you
Pilots
any
have a
medical.
med kit usually.
A first aid kit. That's it.
They have a
Basic stuff.
first aid kit. There's a couple of band-aids. It's no.
Well, we're probably
If he dies, he dies.
translate the first aid kit into actual medical.
If he dies, and you get your squad mate back. That's simple.
Yeah.
Well, if you get shut up badly, then I'll always fix you up. You know that.
Well, I could tell you the damage numbers here if you're interested in actually knowing what the damage is.
Sure.
Well, it also took a bunch of damage on landing.
Well, that doesn't matter. That still counts towards it, because if it blows up when it lands, that's its own fault. All right, here's the percentage. Hull, 32%. Fuel tank, 100%. Avionics, 43. All the engines are completely out. Only 2 of them are just below 85, above 85%, but it's going to be completely out. Main and tail rotors are 100% out. Of course, the glass are all messed up. Transmission is at 26%, and of course, you guys happen to disable the winch system again. Excellent.
Oh no, you can't pick anything up.
Twice in a row.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I
Sure,
could
King, go pick my
probably
fat
not
ass up.
damage it much more without blowing it up.
It needs another
mean-
winch to winch.
Yeah, I
it
think
away.
we ought to hold off on the 50.
I mean,
Yes,
I will say
we'll have
again,
more people with small arms on Tuesday as well, so that should be enough.
Yeah, and I will say again, the part of that damage is actually done on landing. Like, I still had
That's
a
the
few white systems left while I was landing. As soon as I touched the ground, they also went yellow.
But that's the thing that's the numbers we got to go look at when when it lands, because we could disable it. Oh, it's going to land, and then all of a sudden you shoot it up, when it lands and it just blows up on its landing. Well, that's just it's the effect that's going to happen.
Yeah, I guess.
So, any last comments?
I guess congratulations are in order for not blowing up the chopper.
Well,
I know-
poor
I know
poor
exactly
results.
where
I
the-
want to.
I know
I'm
exactly where you
disappointed
shoot
too,
to take the
Ned,
winch out, though.
Well, the first time that we did it, we didn't use the 50, right?
Yeah,
No.
no.
Correct.
First time
That
around was
was
all 5.56.
I still
Okay,
want-
there you go then.
I mean,
Yep.
technically, I could have flown on, but as a
I've
civilian
instructed
pilot,
you to be a bit of a pussy. That's
yeah, as a civilian pilot, I would just push that one.
Yeah, if your engine light's coming on flashing like that, you're not going to push your
You're
engines
not gonna
harder to
you're
go
not gonna
up the
climb
hill.
that hill. No,
Fuck no.
you're
Yeah,
not gonna
that's what
climb
I
the hill.
said.
The
As a
hill is
civilian
big
pilot,
as well,
I'm
it's
gonna
like a-
push, yeah, but it was technically still flying.
Technically
steep
speaking,
hill.
yeah.
Yeah,
but-
in a few more minutes, you would have technically flown right into the mountain.
Yeah, that's probably
Yeah,
exactly like
exactly.
No,
that's where where a combat pilot will have a go, and a civilian pilot will just push you out and just put
Even
it
the
down,
military wouldn't even push it if they
No,
got that going up. They will
No, a
find
hill
it
like that,
lower
they-
down.
I guess.
They
Not
they
not
bail out.
terrains with tall trees.
Yeah.
The engine light is immediate landing.
Yeah, you
But
go
yeah.
to find you go to find this open field and land it, because
Yep.
it's gonna matter your paycheck if you destroy it.
And your life.
Well, if you're lucky. I would suggest we do one more chopper run, have him come straight at us, and give everyone in-laws and see how he survives.
I second that idea.
Well,
All right.
I know
I'll be
Skimp is
waiting. I'll be waiting
immediately
for you
ready
at
for
the
that.
airport.
Yeah. No, it was no, we're all done for that testing. We've got good results for.
Aw.
Ah, damn.
I know. I would too, but
So I'll fire a clay pigeon up then.
Why is that
You got-
Blackhawk there?
that's because that's now for Shepard's mini mission. He was gonna give us information on now.
First
Oh,
of
you're
all,
ship-
When did he sneak in? Hello.
hello. In
Hello.
the
Hello,
arsenal
Alio.
next to us, there's a bunch of public loadouts. Grab one and fix it however you want to have it.
Okay.
You want me as pilot, or should I just join the ground, guys?
I need one pilot, I don't care who it is.
Yeah, Kelsey,
I,
you
ca- I,
can
ca-
have
I
it.
can even fly it myself if needed.
We're all
Browser.
we're all dead. We're
All
all
right.
dead.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Oh, did I say that loud? I'm sorry.
John,
I
you
saw how you
taking
fly
knife
the
here?
aircrafts.
No, I'm going to take.
Where's the engineer
Damn.
role?
This mod made things slightly shinier.
Yeah, I'll take AT. What the hell?
Chef, where's the engineering role?
There isn't any. This
Yeah.
is an older loadout.
I guess.
I don't think. Hang on, I might not have made it public.
That at the time, the 3IC slot was the engineer for a long time before
Yeah.
we made it.
But they still should
Oh, this
have
is not a
few
good
things.
loadout.
These are older loadouts from his campaign.
It's not the
Is-
issue. The issue is that I've got the wrong kind of ammo.
Well, that's your own problem. That's your own fault.
Man, that was just weird. I used voice attack. I just broke, and I stepped over something. I know.
That. I caught that. I was like, what the heck? He stepped
I
over.
I burped and I looked like I stepped over something. I don't know what that is.
I don't know. It could be worse watching Hellcat delete stuff through Zeus and he's trying to climb on stuff.
Yeah, at one point people they had different weapons access and different ammo and stuff. At one point, I didn't even care what the hell I put into the uniforms because everybody ripped it out anyway.
Yeah.
I think Ned had a good laugh yesterday when I fell off the roof of the building.
But considering how, if you look at the chopper
First time or the
next to
fifth
you,
time?
you might
The
see what you
first
might
time.
need for this mission.
The third time, I think you're calling my fifth time. I was trying to repel and I still fell.
Someone needs to bring a legs designator, because that chopper isn't capable of locking on its own targets. I don't even know if
Okay.
he'd be able to lock on with it, to be honest.
I'll take one.
4 IR strobes.
Because that's not a DAP setting, and then, yeah.
Des, why don't you come along and be co-pilot gunner?
Yeah, I'm not going to get shot down. it's all gunner from the pilot seat anyways.
Come on, man. It's not going to hurt but for a second or two.
No, you should say it
No,
like,
take
yeah,
one.
it's gonna
That way we
hurt,
can get
but it's gonna be fun. Promise.
Well, the objective is quite
But-
simple. Get into town
Come on,
and
I
secure
need
the
you.
helicopter.
What is it?
Without killing the pilot.
You want to be my
Oh.
okay? Why don't if you can
It might
swap
fly off,
swap
it
those
might
out
not.
for all FFARs? I can use those.
I don't appear to have any
Which
ammo
one
for
did you
mine.
want?
Well, with those we need a gunner to shoot
I've got
to
a soft
designate the
lamp. I
target.
can laser them for you.
What's the name of it?
Any of the folding fin rockets, and make sure they're all pilot.
The Hydras?
Yeah, the Hydra's good.
Yeah, because those ones... Yeah, those ones require being able to lock on, and if you don't have the
There you go.
electron...
That ain't overkill at all. 17
Nah.
per pod. So 17
That's
by...
Yeah.
What's good ammo for this thing?
What is
Which
this
one you
thing?
got?
Which rifle you got?
20
and make sure
Scar.
they're all pilot capable that can pull the trigger on
Okay,
all of them.
Scar, you
I'm
done
gonna have
your
to jump into it a little
AP rounds.
because I haven't...
Scar H.
Yeah, you're
If
gonna
you
want the
want
AP
to
rounds.
assign Zeus to me, and I'll make sure that they're squared away.
Which ones? The rockets?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're Hydras. M229 Hydras.
Okay, I'll go take
They're,
a look.
they're 19, 17-pound HEX Hydra rounds. They'll work good.
Good.
They're the bigger, more heavier ones. Top line.
Well, it's mostly infantry, but might need
Did
some
I-
help with certain things.
Did anyone have any recommendations for this?
What's that? What do you need, Jess?
Scar ammo. Never used one of them before.
Yeah,
Just
you're
take
gonna want
18 rounds,
AP.
20 round mags. They're. You love headshots. That would be a perfect one. That would be very good sport because they'll go down, not come back up.
Yeah, your headshots ain't gonna give up.
Yeah, they're good.
Laying there.
M61 AP, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Copy. Thank you, gentlemen.
I would
Want me
recommend
to-
the pilot helmet though instead of the helicopter helmet. You get full screen night vision.
Pick
Or you can
the
use the night vision I'm using, that's full screen as well. What's your preference? Ness is going in dark, it looks like.
Sweet.
This is always
Yeah, it
dark.
doesn't have any NVGs on, so...
Do we need NVGs?
Yes.
Yes.
I see. I don't need any. My glasses enough makes everything dark. Do you
If
want
you
me to
pick-
run on the ground, their Shepherd with them?
You can do whatever the
Pick on
hell you
NVGs.
want, including
I just-
Kelso.
I just
what do
figured
you
I'd see.
what do you want me to do, boss?
Well, I need a pilot, I don't care who it is. I can even fly it myself. So,
Okay.
if you want to play on the ground, you play on the ground.
I like to play in the air.
I'll run with the troops tonight.
You, Ness, have to designate
Yeah,
an
okay,
OC tonight.
Oh, okay. I guess I won't go with my big gun.
You have to designate one. You're not allowed to be one.
Oh, I can't do it? Oh, good. Thank goodness. Do I want to get shot, or do I not want to get shot?
Ow!
Well, that was weird.
Who shot who?
The sound effects of alone being suppressed next to my body made the guy sound like he was crying.
That was
Yeah,
a shoot
same here.
talk.
Jess. would you
Yes?
wanna try leading again tonight?
No, thank you.
Okay. I won't push it. I won't push the effort. Anyone want to volunteer? Before I make you volunteer.
You voluntold me.
Yeah.
Well, who's their lowest ranking member?
Well, not. I don't want to get killed by Gan.
Still can't do that.
Get killed. So,
Well, Gand is a general in.
yeah, he's
He
an
doesn't
honorary.
want to be promoted, so he's a general. So who is next?
We got a bunch of corporals, so they're all about equal.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yes,
have
but
one.
just less than others.
Yeah, well, I
Oi.
have one. Curly. Curly did an excellent
You want to get
job.
shot again?
Where Curly? Where are you, Curly? I know you're here somewhere.
Curly's
His
trying to
microphone
hide
is
in the
muted.
arsenal.
Hi, Curly. You want to volunteer, or should I make you volunteer?
Hey, I got an AFK. I actually had
Uh-huh.
something come up. I really did. That's why I was muted.
Yeah.
I'll try
Yeah,
to
when
join
you're
back up
voluntold.
with y'all. I'll try to join back up with y'all a little later.
I'll let that slide there, Curly.
All right. See y'all.
Well, what if I just stayed lead? Oh, okay.
Oh my
That
God.
is hideous.
That
Jesus
is why some
Christ.
people turned that one off.
Yeah, I don't think I've
I
approved.
like
I'm
that one.
I'm
approving on
gonna
this
keep
one.
that on.
I actually like that one. That way I know somebody
I-
died or went down, yeah?
All right. Okay, Space, you spoke up. You got the long range backpack, other than me too, but I don't feel like changing it back again. Oh no, I could change it again.
Yeah, I guess I never did talk on this thing while I was over there, did I?
Luckily, my original loadout's different.
It's interesting. These are very similar to some early Spectre ones I've got from a couple of years ago.
Yeah, they are.
Where the hell do you think they came from?
It's Shepard. It's Spectre. What do you expect?
Yeah. It's in my list as Spectre 5 Black, and it's almost identical.
Well, there are some differences
Well,
because some of the
considering
mods are.
this is the Spectre Black uniform, the loadouts, then
Just we have access to other features. We don't get the other backpacks.
That one go blue.
That'll work.
Alright.
What radio are we on?
100.
Copy.
Oh, I see what my issue is on this damn.
Is that where you want me
You
to
running
stay?
with us on the ground, Nez?
you can stay
Yeah.
whichever.
Yes, I can. I help on the ground.
So am I their enemies?
Hmm.
Am I their enemy?
You are TFA's friend,
Oh, okay.
Getting us in.
unless you want to play hostile.
Nez,
No.
you're joining in the fire team?
Yeah, I'd be joining. Yeah, I'll run around.
Then go red.
Okey-dokey.
If
Just
you want to
stay
join
on
us on the
nine.
ground, Kelso, we'll look after you.
I'd like to have a volunteer blue team to be fire team lead.
I
Thank
know how
you.
you feel about that, though.
I'll take
Yeah,
it.
I like feet in the air.
Thank you, Sledge.
Thank
I
you.
know.
Well, he has Zeus.
And
so
also
he
a
can play
volunteer
whatever
red
the hell he
team.
wants.
This is true.
Did I hear Jess?
Yeah, Space, you're gonna get a third round into you.
Oh, he is.
I'm trying.
Your medical
You're
supplies
very
have been
trying,
downgraded
darling.
to
Don't
duct tape.
push it.
Well,
Jess
you
is
know,
going to be our
I
LT
did
tonight.
ask all red team who's volunteered to be fire team lead. I haven't heard them step up, so I guess
They're all always in charge.
they're trying to push that on you two, you know?
I know they
Keep
are.
her in the back.
I'll shoot them later as well. I happen to be their designated medic.
That's
How
good.
come
Just keeps you in the
TFA
back,
takes
bully.
5 minutes to designate a fucking...
This
Okay,
is, this is
well,
average on
Hellcat,
training
as
night.
usual.
This is normal for training nights.
I
Yeah.
try to get everyone a chance to try it, and then they just sit there and not do it. Then someone finally steps up after, like, I'm going to make someone do it. And they're like, okay, someone volunteers.
Yeah, me too. I'm going to make somebody do it, but they might not be happy about it.
Exactly. This is why
Not
I
the
give
first
everyone
time
a
I've been
chance to try
voluntold.
it.
Ned likes to allow old people.
Kelson's been told he can do whatever the hell he wants, and he has Zeus, so this is going to be interesting.
So keep your backs watched. Make sure you know where the chopper is at all times, because he has a tendency to put rockets into friendlies, even if he is friendly.
Holy hell!
So if the chopper starts turning on us, and
I
starts
believe that
firing
was a
on us,
request to have a rocket up the
everyone,
backside, Kelso.
Yeah. Somebody put a flashing something on top of Nez's head and stay away from it.
How accurate is this scope?
Everyone ready?
Yeah, why not?
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah, now got my load
Oh
straightened
no,
out.
hold on, just a sec. 2 and 3 ICs, a Hellcat, and then Sledge.
Oh, marvelous.
That's
So
what I was
if you
saying,
can
blue
just
team.
chime in also on 5-0 in case I go down.
I got 5-0
And
as well,
Zero
so-
ready to check.
we're ready. Loud and clear.
Check your small radio, guys.
Space.
Mine jumped
We're doing
back up to
check, Kelso.
155.
Loud and clear on 5-0.
Do we need
Are
mine
you
detectors?
gonna be giving me targets?
100 ready to check.
Lima Charlie.
I don't know, I haven't had a briefing yet.
Choose jump
Yes,
to.
you
Okay.
are.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to change mine back.
Space.
Jess, check your radio.
Your mission: secure the enemy chopper and the pilot without blowing either up.
Okay.
Have fun.
Do we have any knowledge of enemy threats? Do they have AAA? Do they have
No
air assets?
known AAA, but APCs and Hilux.
Okay.
Mine threat?
Unknown.
Well, we'll just
And do the
we'll put
enemies
You
Swan-
have
just gave me an
NVG
idea, so-
capabilities?
It's going to be a night up as soon as everybody's ready.
MVGs, MVGs, MVGs.
Clear night, but night.
Okay. Make sure that everyone has strobes.
Yeah. That makes me a target anyways. I don't need a strobe. He finds me anytime he wants.
Only Nez gets a strobe.
So I'll turn my
Make sure
flashlight
you
on
have
for
a
you, Kelso.
sight that is NVG
Pilot
capable.
request.
I'll
Tested
stand right
mine.
in the middle of the enemy troops position with the flashlight flashing at you.
There you go.
And Kelso, I'm taking also a few IR grenades if we need to
for
evac
LZ,
someone or drop off.
Okay.
Put lasers to show Kelso what you want to hit. Kind of be nice.
Yeah,
I got a
remember
laser
when,
on my rifle.
guys, remember when we practiced with the lasers?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean when
Folded
you
laser.
shot up at people? You shot
Yeah,
up a group
lasso.
of people? Cause
Yeah, but that's
Lasso
because you
the
didn't know
target
which,
and then
which end was which.
Lasso the
So
target
this time
and
we're
then
going to
laser.
hold the laser straight up in the air. I'll say put it on the target, and then that's what I'll shoot at.
I love this 2 days later.
Let's
Hang on, I
see.
need a wee.
Well,
It's been 2 days.
Immediate.
Oh god, I know, right?
I'm really hungry now.
Oh shit, I've missed my appointment.
They still say you're
I'm
pregnant.
thinking
I
left
better
I'll piss
call in
myself.
sick.
Gippy, your mission is starting.
Oh shit.
Kelso, let's figure out LZ.
Okay.
So what do you think is the safest spot to get us close to the location to secure the CH-47? Do you want to
Well-
get us in following the river or something?
The only thing, based on all these red diamonds, is to cheat and go outside the red diamonds. They come in from the south.
Yeah,
Get
these
high, get
red
high.
diamonds, I think they're indicating the threat area.
Oops.
Wow.
Yeah.
We have a bug in the chopper. It starts up on its own.
Well, I was activating some sensors
Yeah.
in it, and I hit the engine key.
Yeah, I
There-
doubt that there's going to be an installation in the water.
Go say, there's,
Well,
there's
that
parachutes, I'm
was
jumping out.
just to prevent you from flying into hostile airspace.
All right, so we're not going to need any AT then, right?
Well,
Light
they're
armor.
gonna have APCs.
Light armor. You definitely want to.
Oh, there is going to be. Oh, okay.
We got 2 Mattises, so we should be fine.
That's what's known, but you also have 17
Kelso,
times
if possible,
4.
I'd like to be able to go in from the north side, northwest.
Guns,
Okay,
just think of
you
what I
see-
would throw at
see
you.
just
is
north?
possibly what's going to be thrown at
Yeah, that's why I took extra rounds with it.
Northwest or northeast?
you. If you say.
Hang on, I'm going to grab a backpack.
Because you've
mute
got a
then.
sandy area to the northwest.
Yeah, I might change my backpack too.
I don't
Well,
see that. Can you
it's-
put a mark or highlight with your left click?
Yeah, stand by.
But the question is, how big vehicles can those missiles take out?
Oh, Christ, I'm already 50 kilograms.
Don't worry about it, guns. We get huffing and puffing anyways. We'll just shoot you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Take out the weakest link.
What you taking,
How
Hellcat?
do you put a mark down?
I think, yeah, I see.
I've
I
got to
see.
leave the sink behind, but
Yeah,
I've got
that
most
would
of
make
the
sense
stuff.
as a nice.
What you carrying,
there, yeah.
Metis?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
take that.
249.
Might see if I can get an extra round in
Guns.
for you if you want.
What
I've
are you
got 4
carrying?
rounds.
Metis?
Oh, fair
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah, I'm carrying a Metis also, and I got an extra round on me.
Yeah.
I'll carry an extra for you.
Okay.
I got room.
I'll scream out, May, we need a resupply. Ooh, I
Or
can
the
utilize
pilots
that.
can just fly
Yeah,
back
the
and
slow
pick it up.
dart
It's
goes
stun
back
wing
to
right
the
there.
Spectre days,
That's
so
true,
it's
that
got
too.
everything.
Well, if I'd have added that other mod into this one, I would have had no problem dropping in a crate for us. Where's Curly at? Where's Curly at?
Wait, no.
Alright, listen up.
Go what?
Curly had to go AFK.
The plan, for what it's worth, is extremely simple. We get into LZ Alpha, we sneak in, one of the fire teams is gonna be on Overwatch on the left, and the other team will push in, secure the CH-47, secure the pilot, and then we get out. We'll adjust the plan as needed.
Space.
Yes.
Should we put a team on the back side, on the east side, to sort of keep an eye on that airfield? That airport, that might be a QRF point.
I'll put a drone on it.
Southeast, you say?
Yeah, southeast is the airport right on the coastline.
Yeah, if you check map, the Overwatch team on the hill should have eyes on, I think. Oh no, it's gonna be obscured. No,
Well,
there's a
yeah,
hill
it's
in between.
Yeah. At least by 5, 6, 7, 6, we'll have them ears closer to that airfield, so if they see stuff coming down the roads, they'll be at least alerted, and then an aircraft's coming, we'll have at least a little bit of advance warning.
Or we could just have Hermes do that.
Watch Hermes
Yeah,
get shut down.
I think we'll try to get Hermes to give us updates about QRF.
Okay.
I am as close as I can get the 50 without being over.
Just read on the map, your objective is now standing there. Well,
Chef.
Yes.
Do,
You give me.
do the enemies have...
Thermal.
No. I mean Shepherd.
You have thermal?
No, you
Do
do.
the enemies have NPGs?
No, I don't.
Is that just night scope?
negative.
Yeah, this is the NDG one.
Yeah.
Oh, the enemy's going to fight back.
I actually like
time.
this MBG one because it's got the 4 and 6.
I hope
4
so.
and 600 meter mark.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
that's
look to be easy pickings on Friday.
It's not
I
like the
think we should
thermal.
get
Like
going.
this.
We only got about 30
Yep,
minutes.
let's go.
Yep,
Alright.
let's go.
Alright, load up.
On a boat.
It's really screwed the ergonomics of getting in and out of this thing having those rocket pods.
Switch him on board.
Alright, roll in. Hi, Jess.
Sterile cockpit, lads.
Be a damn shame if Kelso drifted forward about, 10 meters to the right, forward.
Okay, 5.4 clicks out.
Copy.
One click.
Right. Yeah, that was from the east. We're clear now.
200 feet. Gonna go a little bit left onto this road so you guys don't get wet. Stand by.
Hot LZ.
Go, go, go.
Team, red team, check map, follow your lines. Red team will be overwatch. Blue team advance to phase line.
Shots northwest.
Tracer coming in south.
Shots southwest.
Search one, you're wandering away from the line.
Copy. Adjusting. Engine noise is south.
Engine.
Everyone puts strobes as well.
Good plan.
Come on, you see that gunner, shoot him.
Yeah, I can see where it's coming from. I just don't have visual yet. I'm currently moving up. Oh god. Sounds like armor southeast.
Yeah, if you guys can take that out, that's shooting at me.
Armor southeast. My position.
Crossing the road.
BTR inbound on the road. Man down. Engage the BTR.
Twan's down.
BTR's down, well done.
Shirts on delayed. Inserts.
Copy, set one.
Working on Gimpy.
BTR is not
I
down.
got a BTR over here.
Yeah, I know, he just shot me.
Actually, it's MM1 113.
Hermes is down.
Watch out, there's an enemy technical 075 from my position. 200 each.
I got an M113 guns in each up here.
Hermes is down.
Red team's just around that building.
Jez and Gimpy moving.
More vehicle.
Engine.
Yeah, enemy armor.
M113.
Guns at 113. Just
Back on the road northeast. He's 50 meters northeast. Flanking right.
Red team, health check.
give me a respawn.
Hellcat's hurt but working.
Sludge is working on guns. Hellcat, shoot that damn thing.
Do we have anyone left with AT?
Stay firm.
Hellcat, if you can come to my position, M113 is now south.
BTR.
Yeah, I'm hunting.
M113 is stuck.
Hold in there, guns.
BTR moving up.
Fuck, get you back up, man.
Send it to M113.
Yeah, BTR on the road, engage him.
Space down.
Checking pulse. Nah, come on, guns. Stronger than that.
Hermes is back up.
Space is in need of a medic.
Epinephrine.
I'm busy with Nez, he's down hard.
Copy. I'll do what I can for space.
If you can stabilise him, I'll come as soon as I can.
Hellcat, do you have eyes on that BTR?
Come on, guns. Damn it.
I'm up. Yeah, that M113 got me the moment I tried to engage it.
CH-47 taking off.
10 seconds left.
It's setting
Disable
off.
it.
You're green.
Thank you.
Well,
I
it
guess
has
it's
set
too far.
off. I suspect it's moved towards the air base.
Con, where's that 113 at?
M113 is Alpha target BTR down here.
Who just got hit? Get down, Sir Twan.
Hellcat, Space Chef.
Working on you.
Yeah, I've respawned.
Copy.
Yeah, I was right next to you and
Alright,
everybody.
bandaging your chest.
Sorry about that. I'm
Bandaging
gonna
your
try
arm.
to locate the VTR and mark it for a strike.
Yeah, how the hell do I get back? I'm miles away.
Oscar, using S. Winster, back up.
Space, your mark is just.
Oh man, I don't have medic perms. I can't do anything else. I got you bandaged up.
Thank you.
John, if you come to my position, you can see these guys. They haven't spotted me yet.
Roger, coming.
Coming down the backside of the hill so they don't spot you moving towards me.
Red team's at Overwatch point.
See where I'm at?
Yeah, I'm right behind you.
Copy, Red team. If you have AT, try to engage the BTR.
Direction of BTR?
BTR is marked Bravo 1 on map.
I don't see the BTR. Never mind, he found me. Yeah, where is it?
Found the hill right there in the smoke. BTR down.
Copy, well done.
M113
And we still have a M113 on Bravo 1.
Copy that, I'm trying to get guns in position.
EMP self-med. Red team being engaged from southwest.
Ground troops.
Team, anyone got AT for that 113?
Yeah, I do. Bandaging myself at the moment. Where I can't see it.
Copy, he's behind the house, on the road, mark Bravo 1 on map.
Short on the Hellcat, requesting range search.
Copy, I'm gonna move into position.
Sludge is medicing himself. Be up in two seconds.
Short on Hellcat.
This needs a medic.
Can you get to Overwatch, Chef?
I'm self-medding.
Pick up the reinserts. Working on your target.
Red team status.
Under fire.
Space, I'm getting fire from the reinsert point.
Yeah, I just heard close fire. Don't know what it was.
Guns is down, Sludge working on him.
I respawned. I'm dead.
Hermes 1, LZ is clear. BTR's down.
Okay, Hermes 1 is back on the way. Thanks for that, Zertwan.
Hi, guys.
Hey there. Hello. You having fun?
Yeah, but that damn BTR seems to have my friggin' number.
See, yeah, same for me. Just as soon as you stick your head out, it immediately fires.
Okay, well, Jones' medicine disappeared. I can't grab it. I do have an extra round. We got another medicine near us.
If we can, let's keep our AG and the coordinates flanks first. I think all your southeast.
Yeah, I got an M113 in my southeast. I shot the gunner out of it.
Copy.
I don't see the mark for your strike. Is that Bravo 1?
Hermes 1, for some reason, we can't land up. Yeah, it's not.
Negative. It's not. It's either.
It doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah, we can only deploy the cargo ropes. Oh, that did it.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody's in?
Guns is in.
One person landing up. Oh. Well, Chef will be fine.
I saw Shep go limp. Is he still out there waiting for us?
I think he's standing there at 4, yes.
Okay, stand by.
Just
Shep,
go.
stay on. Okay. Headed for that target, Bravo 1.
Once they clear from Bravo 1, Hermes is coming in for rocket strike on the M113.
Check media.
Big part of the rocket went onto the hill with defending their all.
Officer 1, hold your voice for a minute.
Red team, after the next rocket strike, start pushing towards the southeast.
We have passengers talking. Can you repeat what you said?
Guys, I hear engines.
Everyone inbound from the opposite direction.
Copy. Yeah, back. So I wanted to shoot the gunner out of that thing, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, drop the laser on the target. Laser on the target.
Laser's on target.
Yeah, how about you?
Quiet out there.
Copy.
Hermes 1 is holding off to the east for the next turn.
Okay, Sledge. somewhere else southeast where the enemy helicopter has moved. Alright everyone, Hermes 1 is inbound to LT Alpha. We need to get going.
Does the Alpha from your head at LT?
Copy. Red Team, how's the situation west of your location? Is it clear?
For the time being, yes, we are moving to LZ.
Red Team, if you see a suitable location on your side, west side, mark it on map.
That would be water to the west. That's front.
Yeah, we have contact northwest.
Contact east also.
Okay, everyone, push back to where we had LZ Alpha. We're going to the riverbank.
Engine.
Hermes 1, space. Could you do 1.4 clicks away on the road? I'll mark you a spot.
Get over the hill, Red. Contact, see southeast. I have to bounce. See you later, guys.
Cheers, guys.
Later, again.
Okay, I want everyone to push northwest, follow the red line.
Roger, I'm looking at the arrow.
No contacts northwest so far.
Yeah, I just got one.
Go ahead, spaceship. Roger, Delta. Charlie identified en route 1.5 clicks out.
Alright, let's secure all Delta Charlie. Hermes is inbound in 1 minute.
Believe someone shot an AT round in this.
I can't believe they left us here.
To the road.
Send it drone. Going back to getting that chopper. Come on now.
He's with me.
I think we ought to start running.
Who's our last man?
Pledges. Go, go, go.
Okay, get to the LZ. I see Hermes inbound.
30 seconds.
Hey, Chef, this is Guns.
Chef Guns was calling.
Oh, wait, one gun. Send guns.
Yeah, me and Hellcat had gotten out of the chopper to provide security while we were on the ground. Chopper took off without us.
Copy. I'll send him back to you shortly.
Copy.
Everyone to the chopper.
Coming down the hill.
Oh, there we go.
In the chopper.
Say again?
Oh, okay.
LC Hotel.
Jasmine.
Your guns in.
Everybody's in.
Got cleared for a straight flight to Hotel.
Roger, thank you.
Heat dirt all the way. Well, that's got to be there quickly.
We are 700 and 650 out. $400. $200.
Go, go, go.
Space. Space, I'll stay on the deck until you call me for anything.
Okay, team, we're moving south. Red team will be going into the CH-47. Blue team will do overwatch.
Short-term is moving up the Western Hill to King L.
There's going to be someone I'm going to break to the east over water and stay a little bit to the east and south.
Blue team advance on the right, red on the left.
Well, it's an interesting dog. Looks like About to pee on some people.
Okay, let's bound across this road.
That's an interesting dog, yeah? Oh,
Yeah.
and it has a big penis.
I took a screenshot of it pissing on red team.
Okay, red team, you get across first.
I'm seeing personnel up by the church.
No, it's on hostile Joseph currently.
Blue team, let's go.
Somebody's got a hell of a sense of humor.
Carry on south. Once we get to that hill at the church, we're gonna stop for a bit, see what we can find from there.
Copy that. I'm swinging around the west side of the church now. Swing up in the front.
Yeah, and if we can have 2 from blue team, carry on to the next Overwatch, that'd be perfect.
Third one moving.
I'll go with third one.
Copy that. Clear on the side. There's a technical outside.
Say again, you said there was a tank somewhere?
Yeah, technical outside, southwest.
Technical software, copy.
I've got someone running around at 017, my position.
Okay, hold on, I have eyes on the M113 east of my position.
The bunker at 090 in front of you, it's empty.
That one, M113 is empty, you say?
No, I said the bunker is. The M113 just turns lights on.
Seen.
Guns and search one are in position.
I have someone on foot northeast of my position.
Go for Hummers.
M113 looks to be an armed variant.
Copy all. It's marked, and I am far south. I've got a clear shot far south, if that's okay. Okay, I'm going to need a laser on that target if it moves, please. Actually, I'll need a laser on the target anyway.
Okay, Sledge, you keep lasing.
2.3 out. Put the laser up. I'll tell you when to mark it.
Nez, is that your laser?
Negative. I was going to suggest getting red closer to the ejector before you start bombing, because then it would take off.
Search on is laser.
Okay, Laser off, and Herbie's wave off.
I've got a Metis shot at this range.
Okay, everyone hold fire for now. Let's try to get eyes on the helicopter first.
Scanning from the air.
Certain eyes on. Well, sort of. I can see its engines.
I have visual. It is on the terminal of the airfield.
CH-47 marker.
Space Nest suggestion to move red to the ATC tower so we can get better eyes on the airfield.
I got a shot at that APC with the Metis if you want me to take it.
Copy, Nez, red team, go for it. Move to the ATC.
I mean, it's an unarmed version, so I'm not sure how dangerous it is.
Yeah, true. Probably just full of troops.
Oh, that is interesting though. There's a bunker at 095. Well, it's fortification.
Enemy! Enemy!
Go hot or Space Nez, take out the M13.
Copy.
Certain Malays. Or B-Wing.
Blue team, be advised there were foot mobiles north of the church.
Red team, move south, avoid the M113 Delta 1 on 1.
Ready, and I'll tell you when to light it and when to mark it.
Strike inbound.
Two clicks out.
M113
Enemy
moving.
vehicle has gone hot.
Visual
Okay,
second vehicle.
Laser up.
Okay,
113 is now in the
anyone's got a solid eyes on the M113?
I've got a second
Laser
one
up.
armed.
Laser up and put it on it.
We
Okay.
just lost visual.
Army's one.
Red team, status check.
Waving
Should be
off.
green.
Copy.
Right, there's a second
Can't do this on a
M113 on the airfield moving south to north.
Okay. If we're gonna do this with lasers, I need somebody to actually pay attention.
Recommend use the laser.
I have
from
no
the
eyes
drone.
on it.
Not visible. The laser from the drone isn't visible. It's only good for tracking missiles.
I do have eyes on the 113 now. Pulled them between two buildings. 074.
There's also
Now I've
one
lost it.
Copy, then go ahead and put your laser up. I'll call Kelso in.
I've also got one near the ATC. I just took out the gunner.
Okay, red team are gonna deal with the one at the ATC. Sledgeman, let me know when you have your laser up.
I've lost visual on it against me behind buildings.
Copy.
We got
Team, we're
downers
gonna
coming down
keep
the main
our
road
eyes
towards
on
us.
the helicopter. On the target, on our objective. We're gonna keep eyes on the area of the objective. Red team, if you can locate the M113s, can you mark on map?
I got a shot on the M113 if you want me to take it.
Take it.
Oh,
Red
sorry.
team, clear the ATC tower. Dim on 113 and C-47 is taking off.
Copy.
Good hit on the M113.
It's dead engine. Put 'em down.
Reloaded.
Helicopter is pulling up. Take it out.
It should be differently abled by this point.
Red team, can you take down the enemy helicopter?
Confirm.
It's down.
That was pilot error.
Yeah, we'll blame that on the pilot.
Only took out his engine. He was 4 foot off the ground. If he crash landed at that height, he was gonna crash land anyway.
I'm still hearing engine noises to the northeast.
Yeah, we still have some Clear.
Clear back blast.
You're clear.
Good hit. He's cooking.
Nice hit.
Coming in from your north, Nez.
Copy. M1313 at ATC disabled.
The one in town is also cooking off.
Dismounts out of that APC. They went behind the building.
Overlord, Spartan.
Red team status.
I'm very badly hurt.
Doing medical.
Sleds and ship moving.
Oh jeez, that ATC is
yes.
Well, it's gonna need a bit of repair if we're talking again.
Nez to space.
Send.
I just shot a enemy pilot with a weapon.
Copy. Did you just injure him or kill him?
He's dead.
Copy. Well, I guess he was the pilot we're supposed to capture.
He should have not had a weapon.
Blue team, let's move up to red.
Space, Nez.
Send.
Yeah, at the end of the runway, north end of the runway, we have a
Did your climb broke?
Hercules.
Not heard. Say again, Nez.
End of the northern end of the runway, we have a Hercules at the end of the runway.
Copy. What do you want us to do? It capture it?
Not sure. Call it up to Overlord.
Yeah, I saw that C-130 earlier.
Vehicle noise is north.
You alright, Space?
Yeah, hold on. Overlord, Spartan.
Yeah, there's a vehicle, there's an M113 in the water to the northeast. Certainly an interesting placement.
Aren't so amphibious?
In theory, but this one isn't. Sinking.
Oof.
Alright, blue team, clear the north side of the airfield. Red team, clear the south side. I think we're gonna attempt to capture that C-130. Send for Spartan.
Yo.
Let's get you up in that fire extinguisher. You
Space
shoot that
Nest.
at 113.
Wrong comms.
Get me up where?
That fire station, so you can shoot that 113. But there's one right there.
Certon moving towards.
Should we take it or?
Shoot the damn thing.
Hey, Space, we got an M113 over here. Looks like it's in good condition. You want to see if we can take it?
I mean, I put a heat mount into it, so I don't know what condition it is.
Well, it's not smoking or anything. Let me go check it out.
Well, not anymore. It was a second ago. I saw it stop smoking.
Clear comms for a sec.
Oh damn, you blew this thing up.
This is the one you
Alright,
blew up,
we're gonna secure and defend the C-130.
No, I thought the one that I blew up was up on its
Clearing
side,
the south
but
side
it might
if
be.
you need to take off.
This is the one you blew up, definitely.
Alright, I'm checking these buildings. These buildings are occupied. I just killed one.
-6. Clear? Yeah, I pulled out the 45.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Fucking 7 miles away.
Watch out, I hear a heavy contact northwest.
Ow.
Oh, I was just dragged inside. Get in, get in, get in.
Blue team, fall back close to the AC-130.
Me and Sledge are in a building. We're taking heavy fire. Reloading.
Can be respawned.
Doing medical in my head.
Copy, I'll keep cover.
If you can pull in, you don't have to get out there to do medical. Coming around the building, so
Space Nest.
Send.
Be advised, enemy has NVGs. Say again, enemy has NVGs. Hold off on any lasers and IR strobes.
Take off your IR strobe.
Blue team, watch out, Hermes is inbound with rockets. Stay in cover at your current position, or if you need to move south.
Yeah, I'm hit. I'm doing medical. Yeah, me and Sledge are holed up in this building. We got a bunch of guys all around us.
Can you mark it?
Yeah, hold on.
Hermes inbound. Take cover.
All right, our position is marked with a blue flag. We're just south of the D1 marker.
Yeah, I'm giving myself blood, John. I'm bad, but I'm not
Was that a good
Hey.
hit? But you want to repeat that strike?
when you're done with that, if you could give me some blood, I'd appreciate it.
North of the town.
Copy. Out there further north than Delta 1 target.
Yeah, they're probably on the outskirts, if not just outside town.
Guns, I'm packing you.
Copy.
That T-junction.
All right, you're green.
Thank you.
Switching back to myself. Attacking me, 10 seconds.
30 trying to identify.
All right, mark on the map where blue team is. Let's go.
All right, looks like it's clear out here.
Looks like red team.
Oh, hold on. We got an APC. We got an APC.
Shoot the
Yes,
damn
yes.
Copy.
Yeah, I'm at the southern end of the runway, just to give you a heads up. Both hangars are clear.
Copy.
Clear my back blast.
You're clear.
I hit him.
Need another round?
Yeah, I'm out. All right, he's cooking. Hold on. Yeah, get out of the way. I'm getting shot.
I start falling back to the C-130 on the north side of the airfield.
Base, you have a large group. Tesla's dropping rounds on just to the west of them, moving your direction.
That was on target.
Copy. Do you want me to keep repeating strikes in that area?
Where the fuck?
Just mark on map a rectangle for the next position to strike.
Gun, did you get that round?
No visual at this
Yeah,
point.
well, I lost my scope though. Where the hell did that go?
You lost your rifle because you grabbed the AK.
Oh,
Round's
fuck.
Still there.
Yeah, I got it.
We're gonna go out.
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
We're gonna go back around the building. Grab your ammo.
Yeah, I am. Alright, I'm good.
Alright, everyone, we're gonna exfil shortly. We have control of the C-130.
Okay, the rest of the blue team's moving in, back around the firehouse, coming from the south side.
Jez and Hellcat inbound from the southwest.
Come on, guns.
Kills me to leave that guy back there while he's still alive. I want to kill him. We getting on?
Yes, everyone get in.
Short sunset.
Everyone mount up.
Can't get in.
Look at the door.
Right hand side.
Got it.
Jazz in.
Guns in.
I would space.
We're all in.
That was a lot of comfort. That hurt a little bit.
Owie.
Hey, sorry. How you doing?
Hello, man.
Oh, sorry.
Good.
Sorry,
Lord.
Shepard. Yeah, I didn't know if you needed anything like right away or what. So I had another thing I had to do, and then I came back and I just posted for you, Shepard, there, and I gave it to you. So yeah, sorry. If you needed it today, I apologize.
I needed it 5 minutes before I asked.
Oh, yeah, I didn't realize you were going to use it so quickly.
That's
But yeah,
in-game testing for you.
yeah. Yeah, so if you need, just I can run you through it. And then she's not. Oh, Jess, yeah. Contact me and we'll get we can help me out.
Yeah, it's kind of my specialty.
Cool. How'd it go today? What'd you do?
Usual chaos. Shot down Chinooks without blowing them up.
I'm shooting down one with blowing it up. Never seen a Chinook trying to lay on its back so fast before. It's like flying straight and slow.
It just
taking
wanted its
rounds,
tummy tickled.
and suddenly just upside down. Everything turned red.
Right, I have to drop my kid off, so I'll see you guys soon.
All right, Lord. See you later, bro.
See you.
See you, lot.
Just so you guys know, it was not my intention to have you crossfired by 3 M2s on landing.
Wow.
That's
pretty
okay.
effective.
I kind of limped around myself and came to the airport for some safety.
Well, you were landed. Hang on, where is that picture? There you are. Post this in DFA Media.
Oh, I gotta go.
If you look at the TFA Media picture, you can see Kelso landed on the road, and you can see 3 vehicles firing above his head.
That's why I landed. I was in the egress and I said, well, I'm a little too high for this, and landed. And tried to inch backwards, and that didn't work real well.
People have fun or hate it or what?
Oh, it was a lot of fun.
That
It
was
was
fun
definitely
and
interesting.
different with the new mods.
Was that you sniping us on when we were on Overwatch?
Which point?
First objective.
No. I was standing behind you guys in my character wondering why the fuck Do you guys don't use smoke when you're trying to medic each other?
I wasn't going to use smoke because it's cutting off the only direction me and Guns could see.
Yeah, just for me, just stick my head up. Even if I can't see the BTR, it's already completely and utterly lighting me up the moment I come into view.
Man, that thing had a hard on. That M113 had a hard on for you. It took you out immediately.
I got killed by a BTR, I think.
Nope.
So,
First one was 113.
Let's see, Guns and Tuan, you guys got out of the aircraft?
Yeah, we did.
No, I didn't. I was
No.
already thinking to myself, like, should I call them out that they should probably stay in because Kelso didn't tell you to get out?
Well, we were sitting on the ground, and I just automatically jumped out to provide security.
Yeah,
I
that's
knew
the
we
thing.
weren't going nowhere.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
well, how'd that work out for you?
Well, not too bad actually, because once you took off, there was nobody near us, so we weren't getting shot.
There we go. Probably should, communication is good.
Yeah. I should have said something that time. That was my fault.
Yeah, I would have just waited for you to jump back in. No big deal.
I mean, indeed, that's probably a lesson. Like, either don't get out until you're told so, or at least let people know.
Yeah, I'm just so used to being, told to, as soon as that chopper hits the ground, if it's going to be sitting there, you get out, you provide security.
Red Team, did you all feel like you got a little wet when you walked underneath that mountain?
I don't understand. Were you in the helicopter peeing out the door?
No, look at media.
Checking media, yeah.
Someone has a bit too much fun with the train editing tool.
That's pure map. That's actually in the map.
Yeah.
I was laughing so hard. I just had to screenshot it, and then Space looked over and he started laughing. Then Shep started laughing. That's when Shep was with us.
That is truly disturbing.
So Shep, thank you very much for adding some more rockets because it's fun shooting stuff. With unlimited ammo.
Well, considering the squad lead did not use you as much as I hoped in the beginning, so you were just flying around doing nothing, so
Yeah.
make it a
No.
little bit more fun.
Yeah, it was for me.
Yeah, there was a misfortune at the beginning because first you got damage, you had to return to base. Then we got hammered by the enemies, and I could simply just not call in strike while I was down.
Yeah. With all the ground chatter, just actually, what we learned we really can't do any JTAC stuff while on a ground channel because you guys are talking and giving each other situation reports completely around you, and it's not conducive to a JTAC, attack.
No, JTAC needs its own channel.
Yeah. It's obvious because if you've been in command positions at any time, there's so much chatter that you have to have, for your situational awareness, and it's just almost constant when you're in firefight.
Yeah, that's why I asked Space to go to 5-0 for me.
Yeah, and I think we should try to always have a dedicated JTAC.
Yep.
Because if you're trying to lead and trying to coordinate strike at the same time, it just doesn't work. You don't have enough time to do both correctly.
Well, Tuan's mark on the map was helpful because I got around there. I figured he said it was in that area, so I started just peppering around it.
Yeah, that worked really well once you started just hitting in their general direction.
Yeah, that's probably what those rockets are good for. Just, oh yeah, they're in this general vicinity. Well, just make sure that they're not.
Yeah,
No,
once I knew you guys were south and east, it was not a problem. I could, when I was really far out, I was able just to put them where I wanted.
If I'd have known you had laser guided, I could have lased targets.
Yeah, that would have probably actually worked. It kind of depends on the missile, probably, but some of them don't need a lock.
Because a couple of those BTRs and M113s were just, I could just barely see them, and it was okay. But as soon as guns or somebody else got near me to get around, they opened up in our position.
Yeah, but we used the laser once effectively. The mark on the map, especially when those vehicles are moving around, I think once I hit a target that was just empty space because I was on high speed and I saw the laser was probably, I don't know, 300 meters away.
I know
By
the
that time.
one M113 you hit, you took the gunner out of it, and that saved my life.
Good.
And mine, I was right next to you.
Well, actually, I think it saved, at that point, I think it was Shep that was next to me. It saved his because we got out of there.
Yeah, the first objective, you didn't use Kelso enough to actually be able to ever do on your own with the numbers you have.
Yeah, and on the second objective, I was trying to get Kelso into an M13, but then it decided to move around, and pretty quickly I didn't have a laser anymore.
Yeah. So how many people saw the Scud launcher standing in town?
I did.
I heard it.
Out. I saw it.
No, not the
I
missile
missed it.
truck, the Scud.
No, I missed it.
How did you miss that? We were like 100 meters from it.
I was probably being shot at.
No, actually, I think you were taking hits.
Same difference.
Well, the Scud was actually hidden inside the building, so.
I heard a missile. I heard it being launched or something being fired.
Yeah, that was the truck with multiple missiles on the back.
The Grad.
Yeah, that's the one.
I just think I've heard a Scud hit.
And that was not the Scud.
The Scud was in a building almost across the street from where me and Guns were. But we were taking so much fire from the troops that was coming down towards the C-130. I don't blame them for not seeing it, because every time we moved, we had 2 or 3 guys either trying to come around the building or come in with us.
Yeah. I mean, Sledge had to defend each other up at the church.
Watching 113s, Nelson, here's troops.
Troops from behind, and then suddenly troops from the front.
Never mind, he didn't even dropped off.
Well, I think that mod pack of yours is going to be quite fun, Lord Mel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like the sound effects.
So
That's pretty cool,
frightening.
right?
Yeah, I did
It's a
have
lot
to
of
turn
fun.
off the breathing though. That was bothering
Yeah,
me.
you can turn it
Yeah,
off.
the
It- yeah.
breathing is annoying.
Yeah, the breathing I shut off.
Makes you
but
sound like a pair of
the,
leaky bellows.
I've got it. There's another one I'm thinking of including. It's also footsteps, so you can hear people's footsteps as well as the enemy. You can hear them a little better. Like you don't really hear them at all, right? But so I might add that as well. That's probably the last one though.
I hear them fine, but my volume's turned way the hell up. So
Be right back.
Yeah, it sounds like more like they're walking when they're walking on gravel. It sounds like they're walking on gravel. When they're walking on pavement, it sounds like they're walking on pavement. So it's an interesting mod. I can add it, and you can try it, see what you think.
Well, I really like the one when you kill somebody and they scream. Oh, that is
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
That's
Scary.
That's a big indicator of when he's just wounded.
Do you guys mind if we jump into like TFA voice chat, and then I can share my screen and show you some things, and then Shepard can see it, and then I can also explain some more, and then Jess, you can tell me how fucked I am.
I mean, you
Well, I
can
wouldn't put
just
it quite
deafen-
like that.
Yeah, you can just deafen yourself so that we don't actually hear each other.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If you don't mind, yeah, that's you can stay here if you want, and then I'll just share it in TFA 1.
I'm back.
Hello.
Yeah, let's hop in.
So it's still a work in progress because most of the work, maybe if Jess, if we can discuss maybe some GUI
So, Shep,
design.
we're going in Discord TFA1 voice chat.
See you there.
Some GUI design decisions, but I think showing it from Eden makes more sense first before I show the features of how it works. So let me load back in Arma.
If you're in voice and here, don't forget to mute yourself in voice.
Mm.
Roger that.
But I'm here. Where's here? I'm in TFA 1.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Who are you again?
I don't know.
Why are we
Why
here?
are we using TeamSpeak and Discord?
Well,
Yes.
because I want to stream something for you to see, so you can understand what I sent you, and then kind of I can explain why, and what, and how, and like what am I doing?
Who knows what you're doing?
yeah, that's a better question for yourself.
Half the time I don't know. Okay. So what problem am I trying to solve? It's not a problem per se because everything's fine, but it's not that. It's just that I want to open up mission making to people so they don't have to worry about like most of the things other than just making their idea happen. So
Is it just me, or is the screen a bit black and Nerdmail's mouse copying itself?
You don't see
No, I just see a mouse pointer, and it's kind of like just leaving trails all over the
It's
place.
drawing some very pretty patterns.
It is.
Okay, let me try again.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll stop it and then
That,
start
look,
again.
that looked like a funny man with a massive nose.
Ah, there we go.
That's
Much
more like
better
it.
now.
All right. So let me load. So the idea is that there's templates, and so here I'll load this template, or actually, my latest one is this template. So this is Pantera. So there's templates, and so these are accessible to all TFA members, and you can grab them. And what the template contains is all the scripts and everything for you to build a mission. What it does is it contains these things. So these are locked, but so it contains a red for, a blue for, and a green for. So in depth. So and factions can be created. What these guys are, they're just dummies, right? So but the units themselves, for example, aircraft pilot, platoon, engineers, they are units, and then the units either have permissions, or what happens is that the individual, because the individuals, they're all the same here. If you see, yeah. They're no difference. They get their loadout from the armory. So when you pick your loadout from the armory, that's who you are. Except for, of course, is that these have call signs. So you want to join the right like for example, Space will want to join Phoenix because maybe he's flying fixed, or he's going to want to fly Hermes because he's a helicopter pilot, Cass, and otherwise. So all the different kind of role types are in here, and weapons teams and recon teams are here, but they're not outfitted for anything, right? And then I built 2 of them, but these are, so this, for example, is somewhere on the map. So this is briefing. We'd all come and end up here, and where the armory is. But you would drag and drop this, like
we normally do, wherever the hell we want it.
Whoops, that only grabbed one thing for some reason. Yeah, essentially, yeah. Which one did I grab from? I dragged
A vehicle armory, I think.
You know what? I'm gonna do that. And it's just. I don't think I got that pump.
I think there are still some technical aspects which needs to be figured out.
Well, I don't think so. Other than me trying to figure out how to, use a mouse. So I don't know. Let's just say it's over here, just for shits and giggles. So now the staging base is created, right? So you would spawn at briefing, and then have a briefing and get your loadout, and then you would go through the telephone pole, and then you would end up here, just like normal, right? We have helicopter pads, we have vehicle pads, vehicle repair and pumps. So basically everything you need to support the vehicles. There's also a port. These are logic for port. So if you have like water assets and you want to build a port, you just drag these to the port area, and they become a spawn area where you can jump into port. And these are the this is the flagpole. So maybe this a little closer like that. And these are the spawn points where the supplies spawn in. Like, remember you were asking yesterday, Jess? So basically that's what that is. There's just points on the map, that points near the pole, or doesn't have to be near the pole, but you can drag them wherever you want them to be. And then each of these is a pad, like this one is a port, so over there. But each of these has a game logic that has this is parking 1, and that's where you would see in the menu parking 1. And so essentially after that, you just go build your mission. So if you want to like build up the base here to make it look pretty, sure. Otherwise, you just go out and build whatever you want, right? And then what does it look like? So we have now. I've only been able to get 3 factions, or a couple factions going so far, because it takes time to build. So something that I am working on. But so Blue 4, Op 4, Independent. So like Independent would be like PMC groups. Like, so we would have. So then you could set who's against whom in when you make your mission. You can choose which side is friendly, which side is not to Independent, and that way you can have like a PMC group. Civilian or Zeus. So you don't need specific Zeus. Whoever's the mission maker, or maybe not even the mission maker, wants to be Zeus, you can just jump in as Zeus. There's no hard coded Zeus roles, but we'll jump in as, say, platoon lead. This is all description.ext, so all the things you see there, you can add pictures and stuff like that, but I'll show you that. So we're going to jump in here. And wait. Right, so we're in briefing now. We'll go over to the armory. We are going to be, so for example, the mission maker says tonight, or whatever the mission night, you're going to be the U.S. Army Rangers, and then I chose platoon leader, right? So I come in as platoon leader. So now I'm loaded up with platoon leader equipment. All ready to go. So there's no messing about, no like you know. And the beauty is that with fixed loadouts, you got to change the fixed loadout every time you make a mission, right? Whereas this you create the faction, and then it's available to you forever and forever. So we'll go over to deployment, and then primary staging, which is when I place way over there. And now we're at primary staging. And then from here, you can go to the pole and you can spawn resupply. So for the U.S. Army Rangers, maybe we need rifle resupply, and it spawns a box. And there's your ammunition, for primary ammunition. Maybe I want to spawn a vehicle. So blue 4. Now I could choose this. I mean, you know, you're not bound. If I wanted to, I could steal stuff from the SAS. But we're playing Rangers tonight, so I want an APC, and sure, we'll put that down and look around, and there's the Vic. And that's pretty much it. These boxes you pull up next to if you're out of ammo, or and then you can resupply with ammo or repair vehicles. And then the pumps are pretty clear. That's fuel. But that's essentially that's all it is. So what I believe this does is it standardizes the loadouts. It allows us to have all the different factions that people build available to everybody. So like say Space creates a faction and it's the Swiss Mountain Brigade, right? We can built as a faction for this. It's available to everybody, and the concept being is that we play a lot of loadouts that people make, and a lot of times they're like really the same. They're very close to something like, so if we have loadouts, if we have factions that are built that are in, you know, like say, I don't know how many, 10, 12 factions that are pretty close to what anybody would ever want, then you kind of use the faction and then really focus on making the mission. You may see, like it says, briefing 1, briefing 0, 2, primary staging, 3, secondary staging. What's that saying is that next to this pole, within 50 meters, I'm standing here. So there's a player at primary staging. So for logistics, if you're playing that way, logistics knows that at primary staging, he's got people or she's got people waiting to be ferried into to the AO. One of the other things you can do as well is you can spawn a fob. This crate can be loaded on a truck. You take it to wherever you want, unload it, and only Logi can set it up. And then from then out, anybody with a fortified tool can build around the. This creates a tent, and then around the tent you can build fortifications with the fortified tool up to sandbags and small bunkers, and then so that way you can create your own fobs, and then it becomes a spawn, so you can spawn into that location. You can't spawn supplies, you can't spawn vehicles, but it does create a spawn point, so then you can place it wherever you want, and so that way it becomes the player's decision on where they want their spawn points or what have you. But yeah, that's what I did. Well, I mean, I did. I had lots of help. Dimlight did a lot of the coding on this stuff.
So how is it FPS wise?
It's awesome. It doesn't affect anything because it's all just it's really all just script files that are lists of things. It's not checking constantly. It's not like there's not a lot of interrupts that are running here, right? It's all player focused. I'm going to check when I activate the armory. What it's doing is it does go and check a script when I open this, and it checks for the side, the factions, and when I choose get loadout, it activates a script that loads the loadout, checks the loadout, applies it to my character. So player add item, player add weapon, player add to vest, that kind of thing, right? But it's not like it's constantly running in the background. It's all activated. Yeah. So the ones I've created so far,
Yeah, I think they've headed off to the TFA channel in Discord. I think Lort's showing them some things. Yeah, frames are okay for me. I had no problem. I think I was running about 40 FPS, so no issues.
Yeah, so here, let me get so for loadout wise and just kind of for fun, you can take a look at what the
Yeah, in Discord TFA1.
I fixed the medic, so medics have more and they have packs now. I fixed the platoon leader not getting the right rifle for the ammo. I fixed the sniper, so one of the snipers we had troubles with yesterday is thanks to whoops, what am I doing?
British Army.
Thanks to Hellcat's sharp eyes. With the early squad, the recon marksman didn't have a rifle, so hopefully you approve.
Going to shoot them by throwing rocks at them.
Yes, in bad language. Maybe a rubber band here and there. Hopefully you approve of that, Hellcat. Are you there, Hellcat?
I think Hellcat is not watching the stream.
Hey,
So
Hellcat,
period.
you want to watch the stream?
Yeah, hang on. I thought I had to go downstairs for something, so I'm just arrived back.
Yeah, he's got your British snipers fixed.
I want to make sure you agree with the sniper.
Out of my depth, I don't do sniping. I'll have a look.
But it's right for the time. It should be. This is the rifle and scope that was used at that time from 60s to 70s, kind of Cold War.
Also, you are able of limiting what is available.
In what respect?
So kind of that I can't that I as the mission builder can set which loadouts can be grabbed and which cannot.
Yeah. So what you can do. And I'll show you here. It's a little more involved in respect that like
Yeah, because it would be a fun party if you were aiming for a 1970s British and somebody turned up with a sort of a 2000 plus loadout.
So I guess my comment to that is like, if someone is like that daft, then like shouldn't peer pressure and everybody else going, dude, what are you doing? Like, stop that. But there is a way of locking it, yes. And
always better to remove the option.
Yeah, so there is a way of locking it. There's a file. All you need to do is just comment out the factions you don't want, comment them out, they don't appear.
And for like specific loadouts, like there's a blue for I don't know, near future loadout, but also all the like just at 1970s.
There can be. So again, these are the only ones I've created so far. And like I need to create the so that's they need to be created. So, and I'll show you what they look like. But like just a SAS counterterrorism guy. But yeah. So let me show you how that works. So it's a little more involved. It's not as just easy as jumping in and. One sec here as I exit that and share my screen when I open up the folder. What the hell's Pantera? Okay, I'll show you my screen.
Yeah, I could have given you a project that kept you busy all winter long.
I seem pretty busy now. I think that's the one, right?
And you could have made a mod that had chemical warfare.
Okay, so that's not the screen, but we'll pull it over there. Okay, do you see the directory?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the Panthera template. So this would be zipped up, and then a mission maker could take this, unzip it on their machine, and then it would contain everything they need to start building a mission. They could edit the EXT to add, for example, their mission name and all that junk if they so choose to do. Some people do, some people don't. That's all they need to do here is just, maybe they have a load screen JPEG they want to have appear, or they want to call their name, put their name on it. Otherwise, it's all in script. And it comes to really the important part. So all these are all just logic and dialog boxes. So there's a dialog box, and the functions that make up that dialog box. So focus the map when you're in the deployment screen. Request the teleport to whichever staging. These are the SQF that actually make the action happen. But the important part really is in factions. And so what happens is there's a faction list. If you didn't want the British Armed Forces to even appear, you could take this out of here, out of the factions list. So this is the Op4, Blue 4, so forth. Or for example, Blue 4 is fine, but you want to take you want to just have the U.S. Army. You just take this out, British Armed Forces, and it would only show the U.S. Army. And then we move down a level into the U.S. Army, and these are or let's use British because there's more of them. These are the British. These are the different British choices. So I split day and night out for just normal British guys, because honestly, the British scopes that they're actually supposed to use, they have a night sight for nighttime, and they have a day sight for daytime. They don't have sights that work with night vision. So what I did was I just created a day and night version of the same faction, but the nighttime they have the night vision scopes on their firearms. So if you didn't want any, you just wanted day, you could just delete these out of the mission file. Go here and take out, say you want only day, just take out the other ones, and then they would not appear. And then inside there's SQS for each thing. So the uniforms, I'll show you what they look like. It's essentially just adding a uniform, helmet, vest. This is all the code for adding things to their to the loadout, backpacks, various things. Motor pools here for the vehicles for the faction. So, and what that essentially is then when you want to create a faction, you create, like if it's a British faction, or maybe it's like just a blue faction, you can start from like, I don't know, maybe Argentines. So you put an Argentine folder, you would edit this and add Argentina. And then inside here, you would have like, I don't know, Argentine naval, and then add that to the variant list. And then edit all, you could copy and paste these and then edit what's in each of these to deploy the things that you want. And then you're ready to go. And then it'll appear on the armory in the in-game, and the motor pool will have the correct things. The supplies will be spawned with the right box with the right stuff in it. So what I do is I build the tune and I save its loadout, and then I export the loadout to the text file, and then I just take the names of all of the things that I want and then plug them in to the template. So yeah, that's what I've done. So I get it's a lot different than people are used to, and so it obviously, like, no one has to use it, but it's kind of standardizes a bunch of things, and makes things like, for example, quality control and things like that happen because they won't work if you don't get it right.
I like it.
You know, and then after that, you know, we just need one mod list. If you want to add things to the mod list, no problem. Just, you know, then add to the mod list. Just change the mod list in mod lists to something you added, the mod you added. Understanding that the mods that I've selected so far, I know they work together. Sometimes when you add a mod, they don't necessarily work. So you probably best to load the mod list, add your mod locally, build your mission, test your mission real well, and then determine whether or not there's actually an issue or not. So it's not meant to like keep people from doing what they want. It's not meant to railroad people into building a specific type of mission. I think Jess, you had questions about that in respect that like it makes us very military and use logistics. It doesn't mean so. You could spawn a bunch of supplies, load them on trucks, and drive them wherever you wanted, for example. Or if you've got a faction that say, for example, like OPFOR, you could make a Bedouin based, you know, or ISIS based one that, you know, you basically carry everything you got with you, and vehicles are like 3 things, you know, a motorbike, an ATV or whatever, right? So technical or whatever. So it's not meant to restrict the user, the mission maker. It's meant to actually free them up and free people who don't make missions up, because they don't have to worry about is the spawn correct. You always get this same look and feel. You get the same quality of faction, that you don't have to worry about all of that, which you can then focus on your story and your your map and your enemy and the things you build on the map, and not worry about all of the things that people worry about when it comes to uniforms and mods and so forth. At least that's the idea.
So basically, this is mission building for dummies.
Kinda. I mean.
Thank you.
Kinda. If you don't want to use this a new faction, then that's fine, right? You use the factions that are built. If you want a faction that's not there, then you know, there's other people that are technical as well. We can get together and we can build those things. I mean, really, it's not that difficult to figure out. But regardless, like if you wanted one built and it's not in the current faction list, and I mean, there's tons that need to be built. So that's what I'm doing right now, is trying to build as many factions as I can that make sense. Yeah, if it's not in there, okay, great, let's make one and put it in there. So then it's available to everybody as well.
As somebody who doesn't build missions, to have a cookie cutter, we know this is going to, you know, X would work with this, and I think it's a excellent package deal for.
Yeah, you don't have to, like, if you want to use the existing factions and everything else, all you need to do is drop that somewhere, and then start building things on the map, and then you don't have to worry about anything.
Yeah, I'm also wondering, how are you currently preventing from everyone from getting a personal MBT?
You don't. I mean,
I guess that's
at some point. Yeah, at some point, like, I think we're pretty much all adults mostly, right? Aren't we?
This is TFA. You have met these guys, haven't you?
I have, but typically most of them, as far as I know, are quite mature, and they don't do stupid stuff. And some of the people that used to might done that stuff, they're not with us anymore. I mean, they're not dead, but.
So who was the last squad to steal a tank?
So I think the difference between I just spawned a tank and I went out. I'm getting my ass kicked, and there's an enemy tank sitting there, and I jumped in and I grabbed it. I mean, again, that comes to command. That comes to. I mean, it doesn't really Zeus. It comes down to platoon and squad level sergeants, like taking control of their squad. People listen if you tell them, most of the time, right? And then, I mean, enough peer pressure from their squad mates go like, dude, get the fuck out of that tank. People will do it. Yeah. You know, like, I think we should be self-policing.
Yeah.
So I get the concern. I get the concern.
modern still. It's a bit like I guess, where do you then draw the line? How can you effectively get which whoever's OCing and determine how much they can spawn?
You just lay the rules of the game out right before them, right then and there. What they're
Yeah.
allowed to do is what they're allowed to do.
So the one thing it does do, though, and so I think, and Sirtuan, that you bring a good point is this, is that the mission is posted, and it should be posted early enough that like each of these like positions, so SL, PL, TAC-P, FAC, Recon, we need to be able to sign up for them, right? Once the PL has volunteered to run the mission, they get together with the mission maker and go, okay, here's the deal, and based on very specific criteria, because I as mission maker need to tell the platoon leader, you're going to be facing these things. There's no surprises. Like just because you tell someone there's an MBT, like there's a T-72 out there, doesn't mean that you're giving them that much of advantage. They don't know where it is. They don't know, it's going to, but you must, I believe you must let people know what they're going to face, and then work with them to the PL to then decide, okay, what makes sense, right? If they spawn IFVs and everybody gets their personal IFVs, then who wants to play that game, including the PL? Nobody. It's not fun. And then it's like having discussion with people and like saying, hey, you know what? Like, let's do this or let's do that. Like, I think people want to have a good time playing Arma, and bringing just the bare amount to make a mission work is the best kind of stuff to spawn, because it make it hard enough, but still within, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no. It's just that I mean, kind of like, it's probably a bit difficult to draw a hard line. What I was kind of thinking to myself is probably a point system, like, oh yeah, you can spawn this vehicle for so many points, and just at the start of the mission,
I could do that.
Zeus can give you a certain amount of points, and if necessary, grant you a bit extra.
I could, but then I just feel like I'm treating people like children when we don't need to treat people like children. Like, you know what I'm saying?
It's more about giving people a hard time. Like, okay, this is supposed to be a very infantry-heavy mission, so I'm not going to give you many points.
What I can do is lock it down to Logi, and only Logi can spawn.
I guess.
Right, well, I could do that. But that, I didn't want it to be overly prescriptive. I wanted it to be open enough that, like, things are handled by the players. The players figure stuff out. If honestly, if we can't have people play and people be, I mean, I know we joke about it, but I don't really honestly don't see people being complete fucking idiots most of the time, the vast majority of the time. And if you call them out on it, and people like call them out, they do something about it. Like, you know what I mean? And especially, one thing is gone off and getting away from your squad because you're not paying attention or whatever else. But it's a whole other thing to go and spawn a tank and go driving around by yourself. I mean, people yell. I mean, everyone on the server will yell at you and should to get stop doing that, and you can get kicked out. I mean, if I'm Zeus, I'm like, I'll remove you and put you in your corner, and you can walk back from 20 kilometers away. So, I mean,
you have a fancy code for that as well. So. Mission failure screen all night long.
Right, that can do that too. But like, we don't have to kill people in mission to make them pay attention, but you could just teleport them out to the edge of the map, and it takes them 3 hours to get back. And if they die and then come back in and do the same thing, then kick them. Like, literally kick them off the map. Using admin, we can kick them and not let them come back. So we don't need to be vindictive in the game. We don't need to kill people in the game to get that sorted. We can deal with them, and I mean, we're a community. We should be able to actually talk to people and go, dude, that was like totally fucked up. Davros, stop doing that. Like, no, never, no. But
Sounds
you know what
like
I mean?
Something needs to say almost every week.
Yeah.
You give
We've
these
had
guys, the objective. You give them the tools to do the job, and they're gonna
Let them do it.
They're gonna spend the rest of the time figuring out how to do it, and they're not gonna be worried about fuckery.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, is that I believe that, like, Mission Maker, we make the mission, we put the objectives on the map. Everything else is the player. Players figure out how they do it. Whoever takes lead platoon decides how they want to do it. They let their squad leaders follow the marks on map or whatever and get things done, right? Like, it's Mission Maker Zeus should be there providing as much content and much playtime and fun time as possible, and not policing and not like and what they want to do, right? There's in an area, put mines in and tell them there's mines. They'll act accordingly.
If you go in there, then
so
it's
well
on
the
you.
other week.
But if you mark an area on a map with red and said there's mines there and there's not mines, just because you want them to drive down a road, that's not particularly useful, I find. Either they're going to test it and find it doesn't work, and then you have to do something as Zeus to nuke them to go, see, there was a mine there, even though they had a mine detector, it didn't detect it. So that's that kind of that nasty loop that goes on that Zeus shouldn't be in the position. I believe shouldn't be in the position of making things happen because I said so, as opposed to providing a gameplay experience for the team. So current template is built as Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and specialist teams. And it doesn't mean that mission makers can do anything they want. They don't have to do any of this. It's just out there and usable. And I think using templates, I've templated probably about 15 maps now. Take a map and take the template and build your mission.
And where are these maps?
So I haven't decided yet. Like, we can decide where I put the zip files. The most sense makes, and if those of you who've used Git before, GitHub makes most sense, because then we can make changes and make sure that they're in GitHub, they're up to current, and then people can pull them down as a zip file, or if you know Git, you can do a Git pull and get the newest templates and factions, because they are scripts. So the scripts are best dealt with like as code, which it's not hard at all. It's just a matter of showing people how to get the. But if you want, I can also zip them up in all great big mother zip and send them to you directly. But what we need, and what I'm doing, we need factions. So I've got the U.S. Army Rangers. I need to start building at least a couple of Red 4, a couple of PMC. I'll only build probably 2, and then if someone wants to, like, I'll, call it USEC and Bear, and some Russians and that kind of thing, the usuals. But again, my attempt is to make things heavier on planning, less on fuckery around the arsenal and getting geared up, and more on playtime and hopefully planned playtime, and that it's consistent every time. It's consistent. You know what to expect. You know that the loadouts have been checked. You know that the factions have been checked for quality, and then you don't have to worry about anything. Who are we today? Oh yeah, okay, yeah, great. SL says, hey, I need an EOD, I need a grenadier, I need a medic, and I need a blah blah blah, right?
That just makes too much sense. That's for,
I know, right?
for new guys and for old guys coming back, having to relearn a lot of stuff. This is package it up. Sounds like it's going to be a great deal of me, but again, I haven't been back long.
Well, I mean, you've actually co-Zeused a bunch of times now, Kelso. So I mean, taking a template and then building a mission. I mean, don't worry. You don't have to worry about anything other than building it. You know,
And it's
deploying that
voluntary.
template.
You don't have to use
You
it.
don't have to. No, not at all.
For the rest of us who's done it completely different a long time, might still do that. But
Yeah,
on
I
the
mean-
new people who wants to learn using and mission building, it's a lot easier to learn them from scratch Lord Mill's way than it is my way.
Yeah, this is
Because
just
I know
basically
where
an extra
everything
tool.
is.
Also, I would argue that like if you were to focus on building a faction, really all this does is make it easier. You can use the template too. All it does is make it easier for you to just build the faction and build. You still don't have to spend time doing a bunch of the other stuff.
Yep.
So it still streamlines it for you and for me too, right? Like I prefer this because I focus more on mission building than I do about okay, what's my spawn point look like? Who cares what your spawn point looks like, right? It's more the faction that you're playing rather than anything.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nice if there's a decent bit, but yeah.
Yeah, just drag and drop that. Delete the parts you don't want. Like if you don't want helos, delete the helipads. Guess what? No helos. You know.
Blasphemy.
So anyway, that's what I'm doing. If you've got ideas for factions, let me know and I'll build them. It takes time, but I'll build them. If we get a good amount, it's like I think what I'm trying to do is build representative factions that represent something close enough to, you know, like I'll do the British, I'll do the US, I'll do Russians, I might even do a Chinese one. You know, 2 PMCs, but if there's and then I'll do some kind of ISIS one. And then if there's something you want specifically, let's build it. Oh, and as I told you guys too, is that Zeus's it's a slot, so it's under civilian. So there's no special code for people to be Zeus. It just you select the slot and you're Zeus. Again, this is meant to treat people like adults. So like, get out of the Zeus slot, idiot. Well, what do you mean? You know, we're adults mostly, so that's at least in concept.
Yeah, I don't see that being much of a problem.
You send a message to my wife.
Yeah, mine too. She's probably like,
Dude,
it's
an adult.
Dude, it's 2:30 and you've been on the playtime all day. I know, sorry.
I get smacked up in the back of the head if I don't get out of here pretty quick. So
yeah, me too. But yeah, I hope you like it. And again, thank you, Jess, and continue to give me criticism to make it better. And yeah, factions. I need help with factions though. If you've got ideas and you've got a list of things that each guy would be, then I can build them faster than just send me, like, for example, you build them in Eden and you can export the loadout. Just, you know, put a list, like, for example, I don't know, platoon.
Well, if you want help with the British stuff, I would talk to Davros. It might be a pain in the ass, but he knows.
Yeah, I've been talking to Pritch.
Yeah, Pritch knows his stuff. If he doesn't know it, then nobody does.
Yeah, so I've been talking to Pritch.
He also
I
knows
think
quite a few things. So
I think I nailed the early day and night versions of BAF. I'll pass it by. I haven't seen Pritch in a bit, but I'll pass it by Pritch. The SAS, I've got SES CT and SES 22nd D division unit. So and then I don't know what else we need for. One thing about Brit stuff is they don't have tanks. So yeah, and any tank out there for Brits, like the Challenger, whatever they find, it sucks. So they don't have tanks.
They're pretty good in the real world.
They are. It's just the problem is that that for some reason, like RHS, 3CB, they've never given British tanks.
You gotta remember, the only thing that's ever taken out a British tank is either another British tank or an American M1.
Yeah, so I mean, that's one of the drawbacks of the Brits so far is that they don't have armor, like heavy armor. They have the Warrior, they have that kind of thing, but they don't have heavy armor. So, use accordingly.
In the game, you have was it the Merkava? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's Israeli, technically. I mean,
Yeah.
you can
Yeah, but
I
when it
could
comes
give
to
them
technically and
Merkavas,
having a
but
fun mission, technically can go hang.
Well, it's just
yeah,
like,
I mean, I
it's
can
like
give
the
them a
Metis.
Merkava, but I'd probably just give them an M1. Just spawn an M1.
Technically, TFA is a PMC anyway, so we can use whatever the heck we like should the circumstance dictate it.
I mean,
Yeah,
it
I mean-
is whoever you're getting backed by. Because weirdly enough, if you're, I don't know, getting backed by the Russians, you don't need to expect any Western equipment.
Yeah, so I mean, you can use the factions as
Well,
is, of course.
considering TFA is owned by a Norwegian guy who don't give a fuck how we play the game, as long as we're having fun, how about it?
Yep.
So I mean, the factions are
Well,
built.
I own the domain for TFA, so
The factions are meant to be played the way they are, obviously, but it doesn't it doesn't
well,
mean that
it's
you
been
don't kit
fun,
bash,
but
right?
I need to get up for work in 6 hours. So you guys have a
See ya.
Have a good one, Chef.
It doesn't mean you can't.
Thanks, Jeff.
You can't, for example, go into another faction and spawn one of their tanks, right? Nothing keeps you from doing that, other than hopefully platoon and your squad leader.
And
But
Zeus if really necessary.
and Zeus really exactly. So it doesn't make you not do that, but the idea is that the factions are built well enough that they are that if you want to play that kind of mission, that's what they're accurate. But yeah, if you want to spawn an MI-24 when you're playing the US faction, go for it, I guess.
And we frequently do.
The U.S. has bought, or in some way or
They do,
shape or
but they
form,
have those
a
are for
lot of
training.
Russian equipment.
That's for training, yeah.
Hey guys, I got a cut.
Guys, I have to too. My wife
Okay.
is calling. So.
All right, Kelso.
Night, girls.
Anyway,
Night, Kelso.
Give you an idea.
You know it exists, so I'll see you later.
Later.
The
Thanks for the flying, Kelso.
the red, I can't remember what they actually call it. It's Red Star or something team is the Op 4 team for the U.S. Air Force, and they actually